me mute first. Brandon Wee, you have 20 minutes for the presentation and 45 minutes for the Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when you start presenting.
Yeah, just make sure you're in frame. Good.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Just before I start, sorry that I had a sore throat yesterday, so my voice might not be 100%, but I'll present and answer all the questions as following. Okay, so about me, right? I'm Brandon. My current position is sports vice director. My sports and hobbies, I've been bowling for 12 years. I'm in rugby, volleyball for NUS. Some of my hobbies are gymming, fishing, playing video games. So, fun fact about me, I put my bag a total of 5 times, 3 times on the left and 2 times on the right. And portfolio I'll be right for is sport director. So now here's a question. So how long have I been a leader for? Since birth. So for context, this picture is me when I was primary 6. As a captain of the bowling. But in actual fact, my past leadership positions, I've been captain or vice captain for my bowling team for 4 separate years, where I led and took charge of monitoring the morale of the teammates. So whether it be for whether they have a balanced academic and sports life, whether they are coping well, and also a general focus during competitions. I also did organize a bowling camp for each of the years that I was running. Then for another leadership position I held before, I was a team leader for Interact Club. So Interact Club is basically a non-profit organization that helps the underprivileged. So I organized the e-tuition sessions for underprivileged children, like in JC. So my current leadership position, I'm a sports vice director. So as mentioned before, in this picture you can see some of my amazing soccer members, plus one handsome fellow over there, the third person from the left. So what's my vision, mission, and goals for sports? Okay, so my vision is to create an inclusive, fun, and memorable environment for all, regardless of sporting background. Right. So I would like to create equal opportunity for form new friendships among people, as well as for existing friendships to be bonded through the medium of sports. Right. My mission is to have a zero injury rate for all sporting events. Right. This is actually very possible, right? And how do I plan to do it is through my goals, right? So I have extensive safety procedures specifically catered for each event, right? And consulting different members of different sports clubs that will potentially run these events and research. Then we can come up with a safety procedure that will be enforced strictly so that no injuries can happen. Right. Another goal that I have is to split the non-experienced players to be more fair to newer players, so that newer players are able to experience the game firsthand, learn the rules, the regulations behind it, whereas experienced players can still have fun and competitive nature. So for zero injury rates, I'd like to emphasize that I want to do it, especially for events held outside of NUS. So for example, one event is NUS, right, where it has a lot of safety hazards along the way and it's outside of NUS. So there will be extensive safety procedures made for those events. Some potential ideas that I have, collaboration with communications in Science Club. So my main purpose is to raise more awareness for sporting events in Science Club, right? So that firstly, there are more participants that can join and basically enjoy my vision of inclusivity and also memorable experience in true sports. The wider purpose for my collaboration with communications, if it were to come to fruition, I am able to, it is possible that it can happen to all the subcoms, right? So it's a greater extensive outreach and more people know about events in Science Club in general. In terms of collaboration, another collaboration idea is with other NUS sports clubs. So some that I can in mind, so far we have done archery, and the two others are volleyball club and MMA. So my main purpose is that these are actually highly sought after sports that science students want to see. At the same time, the wider purpose is that they are more specialized in the rules, regulations, at the same time, the safety of how to run these sports. So it's better for them to teach us the experience so that we are able to enforce and implement it. So next is my leadership and working style. So first we talk about working style. My mentality is work hard, play hard. What I mean by that is when work is involved, do it as efficiently and effectively as possible, right? So I have a quote here saying, when you play hard, and when you work, don't play at all. So what I mean by this is that if the work is not done, then focus on finishing before taking breaks or taking relaxing. Okay. So my leadership style is adaptive leadership style. It is dependent on the situation that is given to me. Normally, I'm just a chill guy. So lay back, whether it's planning or executing, as long as it's within the timeline stated and done properly, I have no objections, and I'll just let it run. For urgent cases or confliction, I adopt a more serious attitude, so as to deconflict and solve problems as fast as possible and as good as possible. And lastly, during decision-making processes, I am open-minded by following my decision. What I mean by this is that I will consult all parties that are involved in making decisions, hearing all their opinions and their views on it before making a decision, so that they are able to, so that we have a clear timeline on what to follow and what to do. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Brendan, we have 12 minutes and 10 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes. No.
May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee of Brendan Wee, portfolio of sports director for the Stand Up Action Committee, Alvin?
Everyone, Joey, would like to propose to, everyone, Joey, you understand analytics, would like to propose to open a Q&A for normally Brendan Wee for the portfolio of sports director, please answer the committee.
Have a second for this motion, Jason. Brendan Wee, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Jeremiah?
Jeremiah Tansen, Year 1 Data Science Analytics. I have two questions for you. So my first question will be, you mentioned that in your presentation, there's a mission for zero injury rate. So how are you going to achieve this? Tell me more about your considerations and course of action to do so.
Okay, thank you.
I will repeat my question again. In your presentation, you mentioned that you have a mission to achieve a zero injury rate. How are you going to achieve this? Tell me more about your considerations and course of action to do so.
Never mind. That's three. Tell me how you're going to do this consideration and how you're going to do this.
Because you never.
So which are the two?
How are you going to achieve this?
Okay, so I'll just repeat the question again. So how am I going to achieve zero injury in all sporting events? Okay, so based on my idea now, I'm planning to collaborate with other sports clubs, right? For example, your volleyball, MMA, and archery. So how, firstly, they are more experienced than my soccer members. Although we have certain soccer members that are in the sport itself, they may not know the extensiveness of the rules and regulations as well as the safety procedures. Whereas all these sports clubs, they are more specialized in Malaysia, and they are more suited for all the safety procedures that they have and whatnot. So, firstly, to consult the sports clubs to talk about their safety procedures, what is the safety procedures that are implemented during the play of the sports, right? So, consulting them is one thing, but at the same time, my soccer and I, we will review these safety procedures to see if it's enough, right? Based on our own research, right? At the same time, if let's say we're not talking about collaboration with the sporting clubs, right? My soccer and I will look at the post-event reports, right? Where can see any shortcomings of safety procedures, right? Especially for Illuminus or any other IOG trainings or whatnot, right? To see if there's any holes or gaps within the safety procedures as mentioned, right? So this will make it more research heavy so that we are able to understand how to fully avoid injury, or not avoid, but prevent injury, right? As much as possible, right? And we have an extensiveness that will cover all bases, and also the enforcement of it, right, will be more strict on if anybody breaks the rules, what is the consequence behind it, right? As I was saying, right, if let's say we were not to consult any sporting committee in collaboration with another sporting committee, right, contingency plan is to do our own extensive research. So, for example, case studies that have happened before of injuries and whatnot. So, give an example for example, volleyball, right? Volleyball is actually quite high intensity sport, and as something as simple as a ball can cause mass muscle injury, right? You step on it, while playing the game, you may twist your ankle. So what is the safety procedures that can come behind it, right? Whether it's letting the participants know during the event itself, what is the safety hazards? What can possibly happen? So whether a floor is wet from rain or is slippery. And furthermore, like if you talk about the ball itself, right? If let's say somebody calls for the ball to be, then the ball is rolling into the court, right? What is the proper safety procedure? What's the proper way of saying that the ball is in the court and how to prevent anyone from going for it, right? If let's say people are overzealous during the event itself, then they'll to face the music. What I mean by that is they will have to consult. They'll be informed that it was a dangerous act, right? And proper measures will be taken so that they'll prevent these players from further causing these kind of safety breaches. Yeah.
Here's my second question. Provide your thoughts on the following statement. Sports Subcom should charge for some of the events, such as Sports Show, given that their events frequently run a deficit.
So the question is on the statement that is, well, sports should charge its participants a certain amount, right, for sports show because it frequently runs a deficit, correct? Okay. So I'll say that this is firstly dependent on the nature of the sport. So what I mean by this is that obviously certain sports have more equipment, for example, or more safety measures that cause higher rounds, right? So what I mean by that is like, for example, MMA, there's a lot of safety procedures that need to go with it. Maybe renting your cushions on the floor, the paddings on the floor, so that there's less injuries, for example, right? So for these kind of events or these kind of sports, I would say first I have to consult the VPI, right? To see first I consult my treasurer, sorry, to see if in what areas of the budget does this go over, right? So whether it's based on equipment or whether it's based on call bookings or whatnot, right? To see the nature of how it is, right? Then if let's say given a scenario that it is due to equipment or something that is much needed during the sport, then I first consult VPI. I inform him that there's this idea of charging extra for these sporting events so that we can fully carry out the event with proper rules and regulations, not skimping on, not cutting costs so that we are able to save the budget, for example, right? So back to what I said, depending on the nature of the sport, right? More intense sports, high contact, high intensity sports, right? That can go overboard due to over competitiveness, right? Then I'll say that if the cost is to go into safety or proper equipment for these sports, I'll say that it's a possibility, right? First, I'll obviously consult the people that are involved. So, for example, my treasurer, how much cost is needed? How much more cost is needed to guarantee that these equipment are up to date and safety procedures are met? Then you consult my props team. How are they going to use and enforce these? If let's say I were to charge more, how are they going to enforce these this equipment, or how are they going to use it so that it can be used effectively at the same time guarantee safety, right? Then if let's say all of them have reasonable ideas behind it, then I'll first consult VBI. I'll inform him to let him know that this possibility is there, whether it's to consult the honorary treasurer, where it is possible to gain additional funding, although it's highly unlikely, right? It is possible to get additional funding so that these participants do not have to pay for these events, right? So to see whether it's basically how if it's possible to not make them pay, then it's good. But if let's say to spend the money for them to pay to come for these events, if it's a necessity in terms of equipment and safety, then I'll say that it's possible. Yeah.
I, Aaron Chong Hao, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics. I have two questions for you. So, my first question is, in a hypothetical, the ARC director approaches you to ask if sports could loan out some equipment for a group of alumni, outline a course of action. For minute takers, this is question 35.
Okay, so I'll just repeat the question. Is if ARC director is wanting to borrow some equipment, right, to the alumni, right? So what's the course of action, right? Okay, so is dependent on the equipment itself. So whether if let's say this equipment is needed by sports in a short timeline, right? Firstly, because of the nature of sports, right, this equipment is the equipment usually is specialized to the sports you're playing. So I'll say the importance of this equipment is more towards the sport itself. Not sure what we'll have to check with ARC what do they need the equipment for, right? But if let's say sports also needs this equipment, I'll say firstly it is not possible to lend it in the time frame that they need, right? However, that doesn't mean that it stops there, right? Although ARC will continue to check with other either subcoms, whether it's possible to lend, right? I'll also ask my subcom members, right, maybe my director or secretary, to see if other members or other subcoms have the equipment that they're looking for. It is very specialized to just sporting equipment, right? There's a possibility of me liaising with, as much as it's quite difficult, I'll say there's a possibility for me to liaise with sports club itself, right? If let's say they are willing to provide this equipment for ARC, right? But also I know that if let's say I do consult sports club about it, then I will have to inform my VPIA, right, about this consultation and the need of ARCs to take the equipment. For example, right, in the situation where the equipment is not needed by sports, right, first it's also dependent on the cost of this equipment itself, whether it's a high value asset, right, or whether it's a high value asset. If so, right, inform my VPI first about this possible loaning, right? Then I'll talk to the ARC director, and if it's a high value asset, I'll also talk to VPR, right, in having a meeting to see what's the purpose of this loan. What's the purpose of the loan? How long is the loan for? Right. And also, why, for the loan itself, need to talk about, after that, right, if let's say a loan were to happen, right, with this asset, right, I will inform the ARC director, right, that after the loaning process, all the logistics between my prox heads that are in charge of these items and my secretary to finalize all the logistics behind it. After the loan happens, it is now their responsibility to keep track of this equipment, right? No matter what, right? And to always know that this equipment is now technically under their charge. So if any damages or any loss of property were to happen, right, they will have to face the consequence. Whoever lost it or will have to face the consequence of repaying this equipment, right? If we talk about the context of rather lower value assets, it's also the same process. Inform my BPI is first about this move. Then I'll consult ARC director directly, right, to talk about the nature of the loan and also the timeline for it, right? If that's when negotiations will happen, right? Just in case that the loan is too long, whether when is the peak period that they need to use it, right? How do you use it, right? Whether it's for swapping purpose itself or whether it's for like an alternative tool in a game that they're playing, right? These all will have to be taken into consideration when loaning this equipment. Then also the same process, after the equipment is loaned, I will inform the ARC director that this is another responsibility also, right? Although it may seem as a low value asset, it's still also loaned from sports. So they have to take charge of the equipment and the maintain. If let's say the equipment is damaged anyway, yes, they also have to have repercussions behind it. Yeah.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some questions for you. So, in a hypothetical scenario, during one of the IFG sports training, a member of SDU approaches the captain of the sport to test them on their knowledge of the safety procedures for IFG. That captain, the member of SDO feeds back that the captain was clueless and said no one reads safety regulation anyways. Outline your course of action. Okay, for minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, during one IFG training, a member of SDO approaches the sport to test them on their knowledge of the safety procedures. That member of SDO feeds back that the captain was clueless and said no one reads the safety regulations anyways. Outline your course of action.
So, to repeat the question, the IFG captain, member of SDO or to consult IFG captain, and he states that nobody cares about the safety procedure anyways. Right. So, first course of action, right, is firstly to reassure SDO that this matter will be taken seriously, right, especially in regards to safety in trainings, right, and to let him know that the captain in question will be dealt with appropriately, right. Next, I will have to I'll talk to the IFG captain with my chief safety officer, right, and talking about his or her attitude towards safety, right. So after that, we have informed all IFG captains and vice captains about the safety procedures in place and what is the consequence behind faltering from it. Right? If, let's say, that the captain continues this attitude towards safety regulations, he or she will be kicked out as captain, right? First I'll inform BPI that this will be taking place. What I mean by this is that the attitude of this IFG captain and also my cause of action behind it. So re-informing all IFG captains, right? If, let's say, the captain were to continue this attitude towards safety, I will first inform VPI about my actions of kicking out this captain, what I think is necessitated, right? And who will replace this captain? So the vice captain will replace the captain of this of his role, right? And I will reiterate to all IFG captains and also especially to this vice captain that the safety of all the IFG participants is important, right? And what are the procedures behind each sport? Why these procedures are in place, right? To prevent injury, but also, I have to see that breaching of safety does not always regulate winning, right? There is a difference between pushing the boundaries to win and pushing the safety regulations to win, right? To be heavily emphasized to all of the captains to let them know that this is the safety procedures, and if the attitude towards it is not serious, then it will govern some repercussions.
So my second question to you is that another hypothetical scenario: participant at sports show, one of the sports show events, in a fit of anger, damages the equipment given but refuses to pay. I repeat again: a participant at sports show in a fit of anger damages equipment provided but refuses to pay. Outline your course of action. You may assume that the equipment belongs to the sports subcommittee.
I basically graduate year one in Applied Analytics. Would like to vote for student meeting selection for Q&A.
Now, second on this motion, Jason.
I am President of the Consumer.
Please set the timer when the time elapses.
Okay, so I'll repeat the question again, right? So, I remember our sports show, some participants of our sports show were to damage the equipment and refused to pay for it. So, my cause of action, right? Firstly, I'll inform my PI about why of this ongoing issue, right? And then I'll talk to him about the action that we taken. So firstly, as much as possible, I'll try to keep it within sports, right? So what I mean by that is myself, my proxies, my treasurer, my secretary, we all try to outreach to inform him, right? Him or her that it's a damage that it's a responsibility to pay for the damages that have been incurred, right? If it is not possible to convince the participant to pay on that level, I will then have to inform my PI on next course of action to be with his presence to try to convince, further convince to repay the damages in suit. Right. If let's say at a VPI level it's not possible, it's still not possible to convince the member, right, or the participant, then you go to where they involve the president, right? What I mean by this is that president will inform the president, VPI and I, right? And then we will also see that if it's possible for the president to try to convince the participant to pay. If not, then unfortunately, if we've exhausted all of our processes, right, then we have to involve SDO, right, about the issue that is ongoing. what were the actions taken. So the sports subcommittee itself tried to liaise with the person, still refused. EPI liaise, still refused. President liaise, still refused. Then go to the SDM level where it will be taken into investigation and it will be a more serious matter. Right. And by the time, most likely, the person will have to pay for the damages that been incurred. Yeah.
Hi, Aaron Choi, Year 1 Data Analytics. I have two questions for you. My first question is, consider this scenario. This year's design for the IFG supporter shirt has been quite well received by the student body. And the general feedback from the student body is that they want to reuse last year's design for this year. However, your subcommittee insists on redesigning the shirt to explore new ideas. So outline your course of action. For minute takers, this year's design for the IFG supporter shirt has been quite well received by the student body. The general feedback from the student body is that they want to reuse last year's design for this year. However, your subcommittee insists on the shirt to explore new ideas. Outline your course of action.
repeat question again. Is this year's IOG design is well received by well received by the participants, and they want to continue using it for this year. But my subcom members insist on redesigning it.
It's the supporter shirt.
Oh, supporter shirt. Okay. So the supporter shirt, right? Okay. So my call to action. Firstly, I'll consult. Obviously, I'll try to think of the best case scenario. So, best case scenario is to appease both the participants and my subcom members at the same time. So, first, I'll consult my treasurer, right? If it's possible to, with the given budget that we have, is it possible to have both an old, the current design or support and new design of support. So it's given so that they're both given a choice on which one do they want, right? Whether it's the new support or the old support, right? If let's say the budget is given, then I inform my VPI saying that this is the current idea going forward to have two different supporters, and if it's possible, and if there's any shortcoming, if there's any possible reason to have both supporters, if not possible within budget constraints, right? I'll consult my subcom members first, right? Have know why they want a different design. So as you mentioned, is to create a new design. Maybe they have their certain ideas that they want the and then I'll ask my ops team to provide samples of the teas that they have in mind. So what to do with these samples? Okay, so firstly, I'll inform my BPI that there's a possibility of changing a support piece, right? Sorry. Then from there, with the approval from comms and VPR, right? If it's possible to publish the new design, right, and have a voting system for the mass public or the mass science students, right? Which design do they like more? Whether it's the current sobriety or the new sobriety. And from there, the popular vote will be the shirt that is being made for the next year. Yeah, right. Yeah.
My second question is, you mentioned in your presentation that you want to collaborate with other NUS sports clubs. Given that there are many other faculties in NUS, many other faculty clubs in NUS, for them to choose, what plans do you have to incentivize the clubs to choose to collaborate with science instead of other faculties? For minute takers, you mentioned in your presentation that you want to collaborate with other. Given that there are many other faculty clubs in NUS, what plans do you have to incentivize the clubs to choose to collaborate with science instead of other faculties?
Brandon, in the interest of time, we'll ask you 2 more questions before the time ends. So, I student year 1 data science and analytics have 2 questions for you. The first question is, in a hypothetical scenario, during your budget planning, science club faces a budget cut. The honorary treasurer informs you that you choose one of your major events to remove. However, your subcommittee has already been pushing and planning for new initiatives. Outline the course of action. Do you need me to repeat?
Yes, please.
In a hypothetical scenario, during your budget planning, science club faces a budget cut. The honorary treasurer informs you that you should choose one of the major events to remove. However, your subcommittee has already been planning and pushing for new initiatives. Outline your course of action. My second question for you is, your treasurer disagrees with you regarding the allocation of the budget for events, saying that sports events are one-off events that the budget can be allocated to more. What are your thoughts? I repeat, your treasurer disagrees with you regarding the allocation of your budget for events, saying that your events are one-off events and the budget can be reallocated to do more. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so the first question, right? So there's 3 questions in total, right? First question, what make these sports clubs choose science instead of other faculties? Right, so first, I'll consult my team itself, right, my sub-com team, right, all departments, or any by that, my props, pubs, and marketing, right, to do their various research in their own field. So I mean by that, props will show the turnout rate, show the turnout rates and the sign-up rates for these events to myself and my admin team. Right. Then PUBs will show the extensive popularity in social media posts, for example, of these publicities. Then marketing will show the sponsorships that we are trying to get. So for this year, actually, our marketing team is trying to get sponsorships for our shows. So if I'm not wrong, past events had no sponsorships, right? So what is the importance of these sponsorships is that with more sponsorships, the event itself becomes more enticing. So it shows the potential, right, of more participants to sign up, right? Once all of that has been collated, right, in a director and a vice director roles, I will inform. I will first inform my VPI of these are the rates that we were given, right, and this is what is going to be shown to the sports clubs itself, right, during the meeting. So during the meeting that involves my VPI, me, the director of the sports club itself, and the relevant members of the sports club. These information will be shown to them. So it will allow the organization to see the extensiveness of Science Club and the popularity of the events that we provide, right? Apart from the proposal itself, it will be emphasized that the organizations that we consult also will do they can do their own proposals and run the games in their own way, right? That being said, our props teams will still be there, and they will still learn from these organizations on how to run the games, so that they will know in case of any procedures or whatever enforcement that they have to do, they will still know the procedures behind it. But because the organizations are running majority of the games itself, it allows them to have a further outreach other than just their publicity in their sports club itself, but also through many science club members as well, right? Whether they want science club members or science students, right? Whether they want to go for the wider influence of their sport, and they can teach it in their way and show them that that's the authentic way of enjoying the sport, or their authentic way of enjoying the sport, right? So it will influence new members also that are interested in the sport to join them, right? So it works in both science club and also in their organization to increase popularity. Yeah. So okay, next question. Budget cuts. So, Honorary Treasurer suggests to cut major event, but SACOM pushes for a new initiative, right? So, the course of action for that, right? First and foremost, always inform my VPI of the current situation that is given and the course of action that will take place. So the course of action that will take place is the treasurer, I will first consult my own treasurer. It is possible to have budget reallocations within the club itself, not the club itself, within the subcom itself, right? So it is possible to keep this new initiative with the current budget that's proposed, then it will still go ahead and can have a new initiative, right? However, at the same time, while treasurer itself will be looking at budget reallocation, we'll have my marketing team also, right, to try to find more sponsorships, right? Why is that important? Is because these sponsorships can cut the cost, right? Whether it be for us to cut costs in product spending so that they can take back prizes and it won't be just through the sponsorship itself, right? So then my marketing team will be concurrently doing their research or their marketing while my treasurer is trying to do budget reallocation. If both are possible and you can still keep the new initiatives, then there will be go ahead. If, let's say, all of these are not possible, have to hear from my subcom members itself, right, of the nature of the new initiatives that they want to launch. Why is it so important to them to launch it, right? And if let's say the argument is also very compelling, we'll have to talk about, then I will do a reconcile with everyone within our subcom to see if it's possible for it to run. If let's say worst comes to worst, there's no other option to gain a budget, as much as it's highly discouraged, right? I will also try to outreach to other subcoms, right? If it's possible to gain a budget from other subcoms if they don't have, if they have any extras or whatnot, right? But if let's say all of these ways are exhausted and we are unable to find a way to come up with a budget possible for the event, then unfortunately one of the events has to be cut, right? But the event that has to be cut will be based on a vote from all the subcom members itself. Which one would they rather have and which one would they rather see is, let's say, a older initiative. If they don't want it, then they can cut it off also. Yeah, there is worst comes to worst. So the last one, treasurer and want to allocate the budget to do more, and sports is just a one-off, right? So, okay, so firstly, obviously my director, the admin cell itself, right, we were all told the treasurer, what does it mean by, allocated to do more, where will the budget go, if let's say if it's not for the sporting events itself, right, where does this budget, where is the ideal placement of this budget, for example? If it is a sound argument, right, this will have to be brought up to the subcom itself, right? Especially the props team, they'll be running these events as they will require the most budget for running the events itself. They will have to also, both of them have to negotiate on whether they can come to a compromise, right, on the budget being allocated elsewhere or the same under sports, the sporting events itself. If let's say the argument itself does not provide any use or does not provide any outcome that is feasible, then firstly I'll consult him on the measures that I've taken so far, and what is a certain course of action that can be taken. So if it's possible to gain more budget, whether it be through the honorary treasurer itself, right, or whether we can get it from other subcoms also, right? If it's a sound argument from the treasurer itself, right? However, if the argument does not seem feasible for myself and admin cell and also my subcom, then the budget will still go on. What I mean by that is that we will inform the treasurer that although like that is his opinion on it, right? For vast majority of us who thinks differently, we will think that it will be more towards sports itself, then it will continue to be more towards sports. Yeah.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee of randomly of proper director for the management committee.
I have no doubt you understand the text. I propose to close the Q&A for nominee randomly for the portfolio of sports director for the police and management committee.
Yeah, second on this motion, Jason.
I forgot.
Sorry, because we want them to go MR. Like outside, I don't know what to do with that. Start on it, okay. Of course, let's see.
And then we have failed the vote of confidence and we allowed to do a representation. Okay. So we have a proposal for a 15-minute break from 10:13, 10:14, 10:15 to 10:30. Alvin,
I have not already on the ethics. We have proposed for 15 break from 10:15 to 10:30.
may I have a second of this motion, Jason? Okay, we have a break and come back.
What? Bro, I with this voice, how to be confident, bro? I can't say shit, dude. Please. Wait, I need paper.
Wait, I'll go and see my questions from the start.
Stop it, You stop it. What I do?
Okay. Your first question, right, was
So what I mean by that is, as much as possible, have same extensive guidelines, extensive procedures, and safety outlooks to minimize all of these injuries that could happen from different sports. So, an example of this can be, for example, MMA, or for the matting. The matting itself might not be as soft as to minimize, to prevent injuries, but itself will help avoid serious injuries from happening, right? And at the same time, because of the preventive measures, there will still be first aiders and the chief safety officer during the events itself to prevent, to attend to any injuries that may happen, right? So they can be the first aid on site for the participants, so that they are also able to inform the relevant people. So, for example, me, or if it's serious enough, have to inform NUS security, right? The ambulance as well, if need be, right? Okay, so for the sports show, right, charging for sports show, right, to reiterate, the main purpose of sports show is to be free. So my previous point of making it paid, let me clarify that as much as possible, or if not at all, we should not have sports show be paid as we are giving back to science students. So, for the IRG captain, right, at one point I forgot, IRG captain in disregarding safety procedures, one point I forgot to bring back is informing SDO itself of the measures that were taken for the captain. So, if the measure, the captain itself does not follow the safety regulations, even though he's been told, he will be kicked out, and that will be informed to the SDO, and he himself will know that this problem should not reappear, right? As opposed to, also to add on, for the, other than just talking to the IOG captains and vice captains to reinform them, right? There can also be a quiz, right, that they have to do, whether in regards to safety procedures. So the quiz is to test them on their knowledge of safety in the environment that they're in, whether it be MPSH or outdoor court, what is certain safety hazards that can happen. In the quiz itself can have pictures of safety, some safety hazards, asking them to spot what is the safety hazards in the picture, so that they can have an understanding of, so that we will know that they are more well versed in the safety procedures. If let's say they do fail the quiz, right, there will be a re-evaluation of it, a re-evaluation of the quiz. If they fail it again, then they will have to go through further presentation, right, based on our CSO on all the safety procedures and what they have to know, right. If they continue to fail it, regardless of how many quizzes they can do, then they'll be out. Then their vice captains will take over, or whoever in their subcom, whoever in their sport itself will take over that has passed the quiz itself. Right? And before selecting that person as well has to do the quiz of safety. Yes. Sorry. So, okay, so for ARC learning, I'd like to reiterate that there's one point about lending it out to to alumni has its own risk, because the loading of it is usually for undergraduates, and alumni itself may have will have a different outlook, so it's a different criteria to take a look at, right? If they do not look at how they will use the equipment and whether this equipment is needed for new initiatives in the future. Yeah. Then for the supporter P, again, I would like to reiterate the point on making two supporter Ps. I realized is redundant to the whole purpose of supporter P is to unify like the science supporters in general, right? So when it comes to this, I'll say that personally, I feel that if the supporter P is popular by the vast majority of students, I would rather choose that instead of new initiatives, right, from my subcom members itself, right? If let's say after sampling, I find that one design is better, with my vice directors, we will choose. If I find that one design is better, I will choose the better design that I personally feel will be better for science club and to represent the supporters of science. Okay, so lastly, I would like to talk about the budget. Okay, so to be informed that there is budget cuts and for my treasurer to try to reallocate funds is, I realize, quite impossible, quite impractical as well, right? As these budget cuts can be far-fetched to all science, right? And my treasurer itself can't really work miracles to try to get back or reallocate the budget to places where there's no money in general. If it being we have to cut event, personally, I think that it will be better to cut the event in general. Although my subcon says that there's new initiatives with a very low budget can cause a lot of cuts in certain areas that you wouldn't want to. So, for example, if let's say there are unique equipment like helmets or whatnot for certain sports, if you were to cut that to make the game more interesting, it's putting a risk at the participants, and that is something that is a big no-no. I wouldn't think that is a very good. It's not a good trade-off to risk injury. It's just so that something can be fun, right? So I would rather cut the entire event itself, and the budget can be better placed in the individual JOs itself, and those JOs itself can be even more fun with a bigger budget. Yeah, so that concludes my representation. Thank you.
Left for presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
I have a proposal to open the Q&A for nominee Brandon Wee for the portfolio of sports director for Quantitative Science Club at Alvin.
Not very honest. Yes, I think this is my proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Brandon Wee for the portfolio of sports director for Quantitative.
Second on this motion, Jason. Okay, Brandon Wee, you now have 5 minutes for the Q&A. Aaron.
I enjoy how year one data science analytics have one question for you. So, when a student approaches you and requests for a niche sport, golf or fencing to be included in one of the events, citing that such sports will never be played if polled by the majority. What are your thoughts on the course of action? For minute takers, this is question 75.
Okay, so are we doing the question if science student would come up to me and ask for a sports show to be a niche sport, for example, for fencing, right? What will be my take on it? Okay, at the very first thought, I would say no. Okay, why I would say no? Okay, I various reasons for it. Firstly, for these niche sports, their equipment itself are rather expensive, right? So that itself, I have to firstly consult my treasurer if it's possible to obtain these equipment, whether it be loan or purchasing for this sport, right? Secondly, as I said, it's niche. So when you talk about sports show, you're trying to give back to the science students itself. If you are giving back a niche sport to the science student, only a niche amount of science students can do it. So I would say it does not in line with sports show's idea of being inclusive of everyone. It also does not align with my vision of being inclusive to all, regardless of sporting background, right? If we want to talk about consulting or collaboration with NUS Golf itself, right? It is also a possibility, but that brings about the third point of golf being an outdoor sport, right? With golf being an outdoor sport, it's very costly to firstly book an area where they can play golf to the potential that they want to play golf, right? And if we do make it, if we try to make it an indoor sport as well, it has many limitations, and these students that do sign up for it might not think of it as real golf, which also defeats the purpose of it being a sports show. Right. So that then again, right, although this is my personal opinion, I will still do consult my props team, my treasurer, right, treasurer for to see if it's feasible budget-wise. My props team is to see how will they run it, right? What is the knowledge of golf, what to do for golf, what new interesting motions they want to put forward for golf or fencing. But that being said, I will be leaning towards the no for that, because I would rather a squash will be a more popular sport that is well received by more science students, and they are able to have a better time in a more known sport that also costs less for us, so that we can run it more fun, also have more attractive prizes for them as well.
In your presentation, you mentioned that you want to increase participation in sports events by collaborating with communications. So, what new or different plans do you have apart from the regular props that will help you to attain this? For the minute takers, in your present ideas you have apart from the regular props that will help you to attain this?
Okay, so the question was, during my presentation, increased participation in sporting events with comms, and how do I plan to increase, how do I plan to increase the publicity with the current existing publicity framework, correct? So, I do understand that comms has its own framework now, right? In terms of publicity, every month there's an outreach for whether you want to publicize your events, right? So, first and foremost, there will be for all these collaborations, there will be a meeting between the VPR, VPI, and comms director, including myself, right, where I will present what are certain things that I would like to see come from this collaboration. So, for example, more coverage of the event itself. So, we talk about during the event, we want to talk about the posting on maybe Instagram, right, of the event live. What is the action that's taking place, competitiveness, right, the shots of the new participants being taught how to play these sports, and also the more experienced people playing the sports in a competitive nature, right? So all of these, why is it important? It's because it ties back to the vision, right, of inclusivity through the shots of being taught the sport, so that newer or future science students that are more interested in sports after the meeting is actually quite inclusive. I can learn about the sport. I always wanted to learn about the sport. Now I can learn it through the process of sportsmanship. Then, from if we talk about during the event, other than IG posting, we can talk about after event as well, right? So the posting of the prizes with the participant itself, right, fosters a sense of accomplishment. So if you want to talk about inclusivity amongst experienced players, they can see more of how they can win prizes, right? If they were to go with their friends, play team sports, and then they win prizes, right? It also shows them a sense of accomplishment, making memories with their friends along the way. And right, also thinking about interviewing the winners of the event, right? Whether it be through a video itself or them talking, if let's say they are not comfortable with it, it can be through an interview or just a written interview text at the bottom of an Instagram post, for example, to tell them, like, what was fun about the event, what did they find entertaining, what did they find, like what do they find entertaining is one of them. What do they, what is one memorable experience that they thought of, which ties back to the vision itself, right? Then for the, but apart from that, this interview can also give more outreach to what were some things that you think could be from the sports show itself. So it does not only tie back to the publicity, but it's because of the collaboration, we are able to find out what can be improved, which can be written in, I'll say, post-event reports, so that in the future we will know what is the shortcomings of this event, what can be improved, what parts could be better executed, what safety hazards were missed during the dry runs and whatnot. So, because of the increased participation, it not only creates more awareness for sports, right? If we talk about the different, like, interviewing, we talk about the event shots, action shots, whatsoever. But it also shines a light on us on what can be improved as a sports.com on what is there that can go better for the next event. And lastly, I'd like to put is that it can also show. It also shows us. It also shows us that there is like more things that we can cover in terms of communications and publicity. Instead of just the pre-event email blast or Telegram blast, then later just a post-event or like thank you and here's the sponsors. Yeah.
John Conway, Year 1 Health Analytics, have one question for you. For me, because this is question 54 in the question bank. So in a hypothetical scenario, the right director approaches you and say that the right preparation period in summer clashes with IFG training. So some of his freshies, so like helpers and the dancers, have been going for IFG trainings instead of going for preparation. So this has led to lacking of manpower, correct, and has affected the progress. So outline your course of action. Repeat the question for you. So the right director tells you that the right preparation period clashes with IFG training season, and some of his freshies, so helpers and dancers, have been going for IFG trainings instead of preparation, resulting in a lack of manpower and impeding of the progress of preparation. Outline the course of action.
Okay. The question being, IFG training clashes with rank training, rank preparations, and now what is my course of action for the IFG members that are also in rank, right? Whether they can, what's my course of action? So I do understand that rank is, in a way, it's a one-time event, right? Before the start of school, and also there's a lot of preparation that comes with rank, right? And also I know that IFG itself has its own set of preparations for, so that we can try our best to win, right? So, sorry. So what I think of this, because I do know that rank, you ask for rank first, then IFG. So I'll say that it is their responsibility to really manage their time, and if they think that it's possible to do rank and IFG at the same time, then go ahead. But in this scenario, when IFG and rank does clash, I would say they will have to go for rank. They will have to prioritize rank first, especially since rank is a highly manpower intensive event, and with a lack of one or two individuals, like, it can cause a lot of difference for the performance itself. So I will also consult the IFG captain, right, and inform him that the individuals that involved in rank will have to prioritize rank first, and then IFG. If the schedule is good enough that they can skip some trainings and still go for IFG, then it is up to the individual who wants to go for IFG. But because the individual had signed up for rank first, the priority will always be rank first. That being said, if the IFG captain does say that this individual itself, it is important for this individual to be in the team because it is their winning chance or it is possible that they can do better with this individual, then I will consult with the rank director, right? In saying that, yes, I've informed the IFG captain that rank will take precedence. But in certain moments, if let's say you don't really need the manpower, this person, you can release the person for IoT training as well, right? But ultimately, it's also up to the person who wants to go for IoT training, right? So, but because they sign up for REC, they have to go for REC first. Yeah.
So this is in the context of illness. So in a hypothetical scenario, how would you do if there's last minute to route due to clashes with external events? I'll repeat the question. In the context of illness, so in a hypothetical scenario, how would you do if there is last minute changes to route due to clashes with external events?
Okay, so what were there is a clash to the root of illness, right, based on external events. Okay. First and foremost, I would like to say that during the planning phase, research should have been done in ensuring that there is no events in the route that has been planned. Because this can cause a lot of logistical nightmares during the event itself. That being said, the situation is that it clashes with the external event. And what So it's also based on the timeline of when was it found out. If it was found out months in advance, that there is now an external event in a certain section of the route, then a replanning of the route can occur, right? So my props team, my CSO will scout this route to see if firstly it is feasible, the distance is still the same, so that they can cover what was given, cover the distance that was given to them. But more importantly, is this new route as safe or if not safer than the previous route? And so for example, is there any road crossings that should not be? Is there any dimly lit area that can cause a lot of safety hazards that come about? Right? All of this has to be taken into consideration when planning for the new route. Just because it is ideal to hit the distance that we thought of does not mean that we will also risk safety for it. Then, if let's say it was found out last minute, maybe a week or a day before, there is no time to change the route, then it has to be said that the route has to be cut short, right? Either by as much as possible, we wouldn't want to push back the timing because the timing had already been set. And if you push, and depending on how long the distance of the route is cut off, if you push back to a too late a timing, a lot of people might not show up. So it will be more feasible to start at the same timing and maybe end earlier, but that does not mean that we won't have contingency plans, right? Whether it's due to wet weather, we have to cut short the route, whether it's due to a sudden construction accident that has blocked the route, right? The contingency plan will be maybe to have certain games that are along the way, right? Maybe have some games set up by the props team, right? These games are to counteract the cycling, right? And also is also to engage people to interact with each other more, which is also the idea of all these sporting events, right? Including NUS, right? Whether it's like, if they do want to sit down and chit chat, then that's also one of the times, also is also possible. Right? So that is the contingency plan behind it. What is more important is now the post-event report. If this were to happen, right, and an external event had happened last minute, not last minute, like it's an annual event, then we have to take note that this research should be done way in advance before the planning of the route and the event itself. Because you have to know what is in the area, what is the potential hazard. So also, because of this external event now, it can be a potential safety hazard. So now you want to talk about more of how do you prevent this in the future. There are some routes that are currently existing in Singapore that are relatively safe, right? So at the same time, these can be backup routes for the event itself. So the backup routes can be your normal East Coast park connector route, right? You can cycle at near the Gardens by the Bay area, right? There's one stretch that you can cycle. These can all be alternatives to what is going to happen. Any contingency plans does fail, right? As much as we will try to make the route as complete as possible. If there is no other option, then yes, then it will be exhausted. But it will be stated in the post-event report that what can be done better in terms of planning, in terms of the contingency plan, right? What can be better for the games in the contingency plan also is a possibility. And lastly, how do we prevent by doing more research or having better contingency plans as well? Yeah.
One of your sports captains
Reddit post that complains that IFG is too competitive / exclusive, and non-athletes are not given a chance to represent science in IFG. Your sports captain also added his comment to you that that is how we get gold in IFG. Outline your thoughts. I repeat the question. One of your sports captains issued a Reddit post complaining that IFG is too competitive / exclusive, and non-athletes are not given a chance to represent science in IFG. Your sports captain added his comment, that's how we get gold in IFG. Outline your thoughts. Eileen Citizen, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics, would like to propose for 15 minutes time extension for Q&A.
Have a second of this motion. First, please extend the timer.
Okay, so we emphasize that also is IFG is too competitive, it's not inclusive, and the sports captain comments and saying that's how we get gold, right? So I do understand that the nature of sport and some people's natures of sport is to win, right? And that is their terms of enjoyment. I also do understand that inclusivity has its own shortcomings in terms of winning or maybe the enjoyment of sport for certain people. But that does not mean that the captain itself has the ability to just choose people that he thinks is experienced to participate during IFG. It is important to realize to all the captains, right, that IFG's purpose is to create memories through sports in any case scenario. And it should not be based on whether you're experienced or not. Anybody should be able to join, and everybody should be able to participate. if the limitations be the number of people that are there, or the team sport has a limitation or cap or number of players that can play, they should also know that if they don't have enough players and they have to include someone that is not experienced, they cannot just ask one of their facilitators to do. It is really, it really goes against what I think sports should be. And it really just highlights the thing of competitive nature just to win, which I feel is wrong when you talk about sports. That being said, my thoughts on it. Firstly, the captains itself should not be chosen based on their drive to win the competition or win IOG, right? In general, the captain should be chosen with the ability to think and be the voice of their own sporting, for their own sports, right? And they should really be chosen based on that aspect, right? If let's say this were to happen and there was a captain that had said this, he will be in a way corrected in saying that IFG is not all about just winning goal. It will also be about you having experience with your teammates and whatnot, and this will be emphasized to him, right? If let's say he were to keep this attitude of just being exclusive, right, treating people, treating inexperienced people wrong, or not giving them the opportunity to experience the sport, right? This is something that I find is a very serious matter, and it will govern either his removal as a captain, replacement as a vice captain, or he will have to leave entirely from that sport. Because I do like to place an emphasis that these kind of attitudes to sports, although good in competitive nature, I mean, maybe you're talking about national standards, you want to go that level, but this is IFG. This is a lot fun. And if everybody is not trying to have fun, and if you're trying to limit it from some people, I think it's a very unforgivable way of thinking as a captain. Right? That being said, if after this event does happen, right, and if let's say they will take on this captain, right, obviously I will still inform the relevant people. So, for example, VPI is just to inform him that this action was already done. And in the post-event reports for IOG, also will be stated that this is something that has to be looked out for, that the captains should not be always competitive, right? Having the drive to win does not mean that's the only drive as a captain, right? You have to care for the participants in your sport, and then if they all have a collective view of winning, then do it. But also, as I've been saying, safety, they have to be safe throughout, right? If they also falter from that, there is also something that is a very big issue that I also take to, against it. Yeah.
My second question for you. 3 days prior to Science Sports Game, assuming that you have good collaboration with sports club, the sports club asks you for help to provide some manpower and budget from your subcommittee to help out in their games during one of the US-wide sports event. How will you respond? For me, because I repeat the question, 3 days prior to Science Sports Game, assuming that sports community has good relations with NUS Student Sports Club. NUS Student Sports Club asks you for help to provide some manpower and budget from the subcommittee to help out with one of their teams
during one of their NUS-wide sports events, how will you respond?
Okay. So, 3 days prior, NUS Sports asked for manpower and budget for NUS-wide event. Okay, my first answer is no, right? And okay, it's my only answer, but why I say no is based on a lot of factors. Right? Why, number one, budget-wise and manpower of science, as much as possible and highly encouraged should be for science. If their planning were to come about that they have lack of manpower or lack of budget, it should not be a science problem. And it should not be influenced by any faculty in general. In a way, they have to solve their own problems. But that being said, the timeline is 3 days before, right? And there can be repercussions if, let's say, they find that we didn't help them and then they try to sabotage the event. The thing is, before the event even starts, a lot before, during the proposal itself, there has been agreement for the collaboration in black and white with its own set execution procedures. Those are as black and white stated. If they were not to follow them because of a grudge that they hold, that is in a way a breach of collaboration. And that will be brought about to IVPI, right, which will then be brought about to the president, will be brought about to SDO if the sabotage is great enough to breach the safety and the running of the event. If, let's say, they were to just not show up for the event, that might be what to do after they don't show up for the event. But then, the good thing is that my props team will also be briefed on the executions and the procedures done. And they will have to work for dry runs before with the NUS Students Sports Club. They will also know how to run the event. So if any case during the event, anything is being sabotaged, being breached, whether it be safety, whether it be execution of the event, whether they have no morale whatsoever to run the event, then comes the decision of my props team to step in, where they will be relieved of what they have to do, and the prox team will take over and run an event. All of the event execution and safety will still be in place by the prox team. And the proposal will be published to everyone who's running the event and everyone in the circle to know if, let's say, they do have a shortage of manpower within the circle for the event. Other people have the knowledge of what is going on and they will come down to help also. Yeah. So in summary, the answer is no, right? It should not, the budget and manpower assigned should not go to an external club because they had some shortcomings on their planning. In terms of the 3 days prior to the event, if let's say anything were to happen, they still have to be truthful to their contract or to the collaboration that they accepted on. If they are not, the relevant people will inform VPI, press, and SDO to be brought about to them and the SDO on the disciplinary actions that will occur to them. That being said, the event was still run by my prox team, right? And they will be briefed exactly the same as all the other collaborations will be briefed on the event itself. Yeah.
I, Aaron Choi Kao, year 1 project analytics, have one question for you. So, the welfare subcommittee organizes an archery tech workshop for the student body. Your vice director mentions that the sports subcommittee should be the ones in charge instead, given the nature of the workshop, or there should at least be some sort of collaboration. So, outline your thoughts. I'll repeat the question. So, the welfare subcommittee organizes an archery tech workshop for the student body. Your vice director mentions that the sports subcommittee should be the ones in charge instead, given the nature of the workshop, or at least there should be some sort of collaboration. Outline your thoughts.
Okay, so welfare targeted archery, right, is an archery event with a collaboration with archery itself, is it? Or is it just a...
They engage external
Okay. And my vice director is saying that they should collaborate with sports. Okay. I'll say no. Why? Okay, I'll say no to my vice director. Why I say so is because it's dependent on the event itself. If my vice director wants a collab, it should be stated way in advance when do the planning and proposal from welfare, right? So it will involve informing VPI, a meeting with VPI, my subcom heads, my ASL and welfare, ASL and subcom heads, basically the heads of all the different departments, to see if collaboration is possible, negotiate the terms with it. If it is possible, the workload, I'll say, has to be split between welfare, or the proposal has to be split between welfare and sports. Because it's not fair for one subcom to do all the work and sports to be a collaboration for no reason, right? Or sports just to be there. In the scenario that the proposal has already been done, I will say no. Why I say no is because welfare itself has done all the work in proposal, in planning of safety procedures, in outreach towards the external vendors. It should not be in any interest of the sports to butt in saying that because it is a sport, it should be under sports. That is not how it works. I would say that, especially since it's an external vendor that has gone through the regulations of whether it's external archery clubs and whatnot, for safety and whatever procedure running they have, that should be left to the external vendors who are the experts or have better expertise over the sports subcom. That being said, although I say no to my vice director, it is possible for a future collab if they want, right? But it will be a post-event report in a way. It will be after the event. If there need be any external collaborations, regardless of whether it's sports, whether it's welfare, or within subcoms, it should be stated that possible collaborations could happen so that future members will know when it is more likely to enter the discussion of the proposal itself, proposal findings, splitting the workload, and not just trying to latch on because it is part of their subcom.
I can go with year one data science analytics. So hypothetically, 1 month before NUS, the Data Science and Economics Society has the context you and wishes to collaborate for the event. As it is a high-risk event, and this is their first time having a high-risk event, SDO really wants this collaboration to happen. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, hypothetically, 1 month before NUS, the president of the Data Science and Economics Society contacts you and wishes to collaborate for the event. As this will be their first time doing a high-risk event, SDO really wants to collaborate with them. Outline your course of action.
Brendan, in the interest of time, we will ask you 2 more questions. Julian.
Hi, Kevin, the camera, you want to ask a 2 questions for you.
of your actually captains was NFP because it is nearing the competition, and you find the first training event for them to conduct training during the competition. One, outline your thought process, and two, outline your course of action.
So there's a total of 3 questions. I'll start the first one. 1 month before DSE says they want to collab for NUS, and SDO really wants it because it's their first large scale event. Right. So my thoughts on it. I would say no. Right? Why I say no also? Because the timeline is very short. 1 month before, everything has been finalized. And DSE, what does DSE provide? What can DSE provide to the science club, right? As you already have your proposals finished and approved, you have your route scouted by your own members, and you have basically everything done, right? The two things that I can think of that they can provide is manpower and running logistics. However, those logistics are within our budget. So I feel that within our budget, it should be held and accountable by our people, right? So, but that does not mean that the answer straight out is no. It should be, they can tag along for the event. What I mean by that, they can participate in the event itself. During the event, they can see the route that was taken, they can ask questions to the prox team that are running it, whether it's myself, the prox heads, how did the planning come about, to gain more insight of planning a night cycling event like NUS. From there, after the event itself, it will be stated in a post-event report that possible collaborations was made with DSE, or DSE wanted a possible collaboration, but due to timeline, it was not feasible. This is to tell the future sports subcommittee members that it is possible to have this collaboration, which can be good in the sense of budgeting, planning, less workload for ourselves, so that it can also be more enjoyable, right? With new ideas from DSE itself that we may have overlooked because we have planned NUS for a long period of time. Yeah, so my answer is no, but yeah, they can tag along for the event itself, but they will not take credit for running the event. For the IFG captain being unhappy due to no venue booking, first and foremost, I'd like to say that this deconfliction itself of the booking venues should be stated a lot in advance by the IFGs. Specifically, which days they want to train, what is the time they want to train, the preferred location of their training, all should be stated in advance so that we can provide it as fast as possible and secure the slots for them as fast as possible, right? But in this case, there is no venue that is booked, and it's quite hard to find a venue now. So what is the first course of action? I will inform VBI that I will be doing solving this issue, so he can be kept in the loop that there is this current venue booking issue. Then I will talk to the Huan Sec. Is it possible to find other venues, whether it be similar venues, but possibly sharing with another IFG team, splitting the venues into two, or whether it is possible to maybe even share with other subcoms if they had subcom events there. If let's say it's not possible to share the subcoms, and if it's possible to share with the other IFG teams, then I will consult the IFG captains, the captain of that sport that has the area. It should be made known that it will be quite difficult because their training might be in a later stage, so they might need a whole area. But I will explain to them the severity of their training also. If their training should be like for them to train other people also have to train. So if it's possible for both of them to train concurrently and still have enough safety between them whatsoever, and if the IOG captain is in agreement to it, then I'll say then you can go ahead. But with that being said, I will also emphasize although they are sharing venues, now there is an added layer of security, security, safety hazards. Whether it be like, for example, you're sharing badminton and netball. Obviously, there is no ball in badminton, but if there's a ball that rolls into the corner, what will happen? So that has to be made known to the badminton captain itself. Made known that there is this possible hazard that can come about, and you have to be ready that it can happen. Then I'll give him safety suggestions. He will have to inform, and he will inform his subcom member, his IOG team, that now there's this additional safety measures that are taking place. At the same time, also for the other half of the other IOG team that is that also brings back to now we know about post event. Make it known to all IOG captains in the future, or even potential captains in the future, that venue booking, the finalization of the venue, preferred venue, time, days of training should all be stated beforehand so that we can provide the best venue possible to them. If not, then these are the measures that have to be taken in place. Yeah, thank you.
I will join you on the next, like the proposal to close the Ukraine and normally when I volunteer with this other.
I was second for this motion, Jason.
Yeah, show hands.
Wait for Brandon first. He also need to work. Sure, we can find out.
Yeah, so generally, congratulations, you have passed the second vote of confidence. So now,
But anyways, I'm sorry my voice is like this. I did not ask for this. It happened yesterday. But thank you very much for your vote of confidence. Yeah, and, to work with all of you as best as I can. And yeah, hope to see you around in the coming.
Okay. You have a proposal to go off your sports director from Forty Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I have a way, the other than this, but to post the portfolio of sports director for the future sense admission committee.
You have a second of this motion, Daisy.
Okay.
Can I just ask first, for everybody, you are all allowed to vote. Okay, may I have a proposal for a 15-minute break from 12:00 hours to 12:15 hours? Nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 5th Science Club Management Committee. Daniel?
I, Daniel Chabako, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics, would like to nominate Theo Weicher, Year 4, Life Sciences for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 5th Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Jason? Jeffrey Theo accept the nomination for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 5th Science Club Management Committee.
I, Jeffrey Theo Weicher, Year 4, Life Sciences, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of 45th for Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 50th Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 45th Science Club Management Committee? Alvin?
I am not very much to take I propose close nominations for portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 45th Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, JC? Jeffrey Theo, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Please start the timer.
Okay, hi everybody. So this is my presentation for Alumni Relations Committee Director. So first, I will just take you through like my whole 4 years journey in NUS lah. So as you have probably heard multiple times, I'm year 4. And so I've also been in Science Club for pretty much every single year of that lah. And I think just to really set the tone for it, you know, being in here for 4 years have really made me really appreciate like being in this space and being part of Science Club and also doing like the events lah. And I mean, how it all started was when I decided to join year 1 and I decided to join SVC, which is my 3rd choice actually. But I really don't regret that because I think it's still something that I would like to do, like volunteering. And I think most importantly, it really set the tone for what my experience in Science Club was like for the coming years because I met a lot of really nice people, a lot of people that really were responsible and hardworking and who really believed in what they did. And it really sold like Science Club to me because I realized this is a place where you get to really do and commit to something that you really believe in and work with people that are just as motivated as you. So from there, I went on to do SCAMP, which is, it's the first ever time I think I was a senior for camp lah. And I think that really helped me further this love for Science Club because like for freshies, I really promoted it a lot and really shared my experiences on it. And it also helped me, you know, experience leading a group of new people and really like advising them on what to do. And so it's carried over to my 2nd year where I became the South Prox head. Being a head, like also for the first time ever, it really showed me that, you know, there's a lot of responsibilities that I had to undertake. And it's something that, again, like I came to the place without a lot of experience, but throughout the whole experience, like, you know, I've learned a lot of things, especially because like, in terms of planning a camp, after the director and the vice director, the prox head is the next most saikang person. So I really learned a lot and I really learned to do, consider a lot of factors, not just my programs, but also stuff like venue bookings, stuff like having to work around deadlines, high commitment planning because of all the games and stuff and all the games trials. And also to really bond the comm in a period of high stress and intensity. I left this with a super bonded department, which I would say I'm really proud of, which I also say I couldn't do it without what they did, but it really definitely inspired me that, you know, I have what it takes to be a leader and I really enjoy the process of leading and especially like working with people and helping people grow. During this period, I also applied to be the South Director in Co-op. This is my 2nd time doing Co-op too. And from there, actually, I will talk a bit about that because I learned a little bit about what the whole process is and like how rigorous it is. And I think from that experience, it kind of showed me that, hey, something that I'm prepared for slightly to know what to expect today, but it's also something that really also showed me that science club is quite not serious, but very professional in the way they do. Like they really take what they do seriously. I think that really does reflect on like the communities that I've been a part of. In year 3, I went back to SVC because I really love the place, and as you can see from the picture, this is the whole committee in our outing. Yeah, and I think it really just like reinforced like why I want to be in science club, doing what I loved, and like also getting to meet a lot of the people that I have met before, because this committee is full of like year 2s and year 3s. So getting to also like strengthen my bonds with them, especially the people that I really met throughout this whole journey, and also again work on a project with them. So that brings me to this year, where I am currently the ARC Vice Director. I chose ARC because I wanted to try something new in Science Club. After doing like my camp experience, after doing SVC for 2 years, I felt that, the best way I do want to come back to Science Club again, but the best way for me to realize like what my interests are and what I can best contribute to here is to try something that still interests me, but I never had a chance to do it because I wasn't in this committee. Yeah, and I think that brings us to today in Co-op 2, where after having grown with Science Club for a very long time and having a lot of leadership opportunities and chances to not only prove my worth, but also prove to myself that I can do this, I decided to step up for Co-op 2 to potentially be the ARC director. So just to take you through like what I'm like as a leader. So there's really 2 main things that I pride myself in, which is I really want to be this like caring, fatherly kind of person, where I'm both someone you can look to for respect, to look to for advice, but also someone who's there for you, someone who's able to go down to your level and talk. So how my leadership style would be is like, I will try my best not to be serious, to try and be to create a very caring environment for everyone. Even in the way that I talk, in the way that I approach, I try to really sit with a sort of fun, approachable kind of vibe, so that I want to first establish that like it's a safe space for whoever I'm working under to approach me by. And I think the second facet of my leadership is that I really like to do a lot of pre-planning, in the sense where before I start something, I will always think like, okay, how much time do I have from now to the event, and see where I can checkpoint like what needs to be done where, so that we have an idea of like at which stage what kind of progress we're at, and we're not blindsided along the way. So that's where the second point comes in. And I think the third point also kind of feeds into the whole idea that I was getting at first, because I really want to be someone who is approachable. So to be personable, to talk to you, like, if you need any trouble, like I will try and reach out to you, and I'll try to be transparent in a very intimate setting where, we don't have to judge, or like whatever you have to say to me or whatever I have to say to you. Yeah. All right. So finally, my last slide, I will take you through my vision for what I want to be. So first and foremost, like, I think I really just want to focus on increasing awareness for our events. I think we have 3 events, and they very robustly encompass what we can do for our stakeholders. For example, the graduating batch, the graduated alumni, as well as the people who are seeking for employment. So the event is in place, but what I would like to do is to try and better promote it, so that more people can make use of this and more people can experience these events. So I think it all comes down to like publicity. At least one of the main things, it definitely comes down to publicity, to be able to outreach to these different people. So I thought to like publicize early, often, properly. Early being like, not just a month before the event, but we can start super early so that we kind of get the momentum rolling. Publicizing often so that people have a reminder and people will kind of expect it and kind of get used to and be more aware, with more frequent reminders. And finally, properly meaning that, we use the proper channels. So for example, if we're out with student body, then we'll do something more Instagram or TikTok-y. Or if we're outreaching to alumni, then maybe we'll tap into more professional settings like LinkedIn or Facebook, something that they will be more well-versed in. Publicity can also involve like word of mouth through various sorts of connections, for example, through the prof and their alumni network that may have followed them. And if potential, like maybe to also do some outreach surveys, I can see kind of where we can get insight from our events in places like the welfare survey that is tagged to the welfare pack, or stuff like working with upper organizations like SDO or maybe even the alumni office to see where we can get info on the direction that the relevant stakeholders would want out of our event. And finally, for future proofing, I think this is really just something that sets the tone for what my goals are in general, is because I think, as much as I can do what I can do now as a director, and also foreseeing that one of our events is coming up really soon, I think I also want to focus on what are the groundworks that I can lay down so that future batches of ARC can kind of latch on that and improve. So stuff like, post-event surveys, I'll try to stress that so that we at least have information that the future batch can carry forward, because information is actually very scarce to get, so that, over time, like future batches will know like how to better fine-tune the events to work towards my goal of increasing awareness. So secondly, these are my 3 events, and I think these are really the core ideas of what I want to achieve out of the events. So for alumni homecoming, I will really focus on strengthening existing bonds. So stuff like, maybe they will come back here and at the end of the day, like they won't want to see everyone, because like they will want to probably remember like the bonds they made here and like the connections they made here. So I want to focus on that and make their experience better by like giving them experience to kind of relive what are the bonds that they have forged, what are the memories they have forged here in science. For Career Readiness Week, this is an extension of Headshot, including maybe a panel, open like fireside chat with alumni for the students to network with. So my focus on this is for awareness and preparation of the industry. So going not just like headshots for professional photo use, but also getting more insights on people who are currently working in the industry, maybe stuff like helping them in terms of like where to find relevant industries to look for, job portals, or maybe even like resume templates so that they have an idea of how to structure and what to put inside like when they're looking for a job. And finally, I really do want to try for a strong subcommittee. I do understand that Alumni Relations Committee might be a committee which where people may have other side commitments, so they may not be able to fully commit to this committee. But at the very least, like I think my goal is to have those in my committee leave knowing that they at least have one person which they are bonded to here, so that they have good memories of what the committee is. So in terms of bonding, I will try to schedule physical meetups so that we can gather and bond over that. I'll try for 3 over like the breaks in the semester 2. And secondly, for proactiveness, I think also bouncing back on the idea that a lot of people in my committee might have other external commitments. So to be proactive, to plan for events and get them ready and really prep them so that down the line it doesn't really clash with other potential commitments that they may have that they have to juggle as well. Yeah, so that's it for my presentation.
You have 7 minutes and 8 seconds left on the presentation. You wish to end your presentation now. I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee of FFU for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee for the Science Management Committee, Alvin.
I am not sure on business and like the proposed open Q&A for nominee FFU for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the Quality Science Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, please? FFU now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Jeremiah.
Hi, Jeremiah Tan, year 1 data science analytics. I have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, SDO is worried that appointing a year 4 director will only solidify ARC's reputation as a retirement home for seniors. What are your thoughts on this? Repeat my question for the minute takers. In a hypothetical scenario, SDO is worried that appointing a year 4 director will only solidify ARC's reputation as a retirement home for seniors. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so just to repeat the question for clarification, basically SDO is worried that me as a board director will reflect that ARC is a retirement home, right? So I really have 3 main thoughts about this. Is that I think this is like perceptions that SDO may have. It's definitely a stigma and a stereotype, and I think what I can do as a director is to find ways to like subvert those stereotypes. And I found I thought of 3 ways to do that. So firstly is that, it's a reflection of what my committee is. So I may be a year 4 director, but it also doesn't reflect that my committee is year 4. And I think, to break the stereotypes that may be put on me by firstly SDO and also maybe the student body, that we can see efforts, do efforts in our publicity to like really highlight what our community is about. It's not just me running the show, it's definitely a community effort. I think it's something that me personally, I would want to see as a director as well, to show everyone that I'm not a 1-person team. This is actually a community effort. And I think by, reflecting that and showing that, ARC is really not just a retirement home. Like, it doesn't just reflect that, hey, we are not going to work at a year 4 pace, which is a myth in itself, but it's also that, for future batches as well, like, seeing that who we take in and who we can actually interest is not just like a retirement home centric kind of population. I think the second thing is, in addition to like showing like who we are, we can also dispute these stereotypes by showing what we do. And I think, especially with the upgraded initiative of like Headshot into career readiness, we are trying to do expand our events to outreach more towards people that aren't graduated or graduating, people that are still even studying. Even here, internship experience is something that I think everyone is thinking of. So right now, it's kind of like turning point where we really want to focus more on doing something for this part of the student body population. I think it's showing that this event exists and publicizing that this event exists and really like promoting it and promoting like more services for them so that they can understand that it's not all just for senior people. And I think finally this main point is relationship with SDO, because the perception is by SDO, but really establishing the relationship in terms of communication between us and SDO. So something like setting boundaries on like when I can reply or like how I can reply. So for example, like if I'm undertaking a final year project that I may not be available all the time, but to clearly outline like when I can reply, what my hours are, and to really work around that, and to really prove that just because I'm year 4, I'm not someone who take things slow, and someone who will reply given the timings that I've outlined.
Hi, Jack. I have 2 questions for you. Your publicity team has a surplus of members. How do you intend to ensure proper delegation and avoid posting in the form? I repeat my question. Your publicity team has a surplus of members. How do you intend to ensure proper delegation and avoid posting in the form?
Okay, just for clarification, so your question was, given that my apartment is on a surplus now, how do I ensure that work is delegated properly and to avoid people ghosting? All right, so I think firstly with like a bigger pubs department, this really does give us room to increase our publicity efforts. So I think on the positives first, it allows us to really explore different mediums or really intensify our publicity by doing like more so that we can outreach better. So that's one of the positives. But I think I also do understand that, there's some considerations such as, people having other commitments or people maybe traveling, especially like, as I mentioned before, the nature of this committee is something where, this may not be something that my members may be like 100% spending their energy on. So on that front, giving more people also allows for people around these other commitments that they have. So how do I ensure that workload is being delegated properly? Is firstly, I will definitely involve my secretaries at the very start to send out a schedule of what all my subcommittee members are. So I think this extends more beyond pubs, but to also get a schedule of everyone to know when are their on dates and when are their off dates. And then maybe my pubs head can use that information to roster people, saying you should be on this month because you're free this month. If you're traveling this month, then someone else will take over. To also ensure that throughout our whole calendar year, that the work is distributed properly, that everyone really plays a stake in it. I think another idea I had was that to bounce off my first idea of increasing the pubs. So there could be collaborations between pubs members, for example, organizing them in teams of 2s or 3s for them to coordinate an overall publicity effort for the event. So it could be a timeline, it could be using different media to outreach, and also to maybe come up with a theme. So this really bounces off the idea of if more people, there's more availability to increase our pubs, and maybe with more people, there's also more energy that people can dedicate to really buff out our pubs and restructure it properly. I think the final thing I want to address is on the ghosting thing. So I think talking about ghosting in terms of doing less work, I feel I try to address that with the scheduling thing and making sure people know when they should be on duty. But let's say if it's ghosting because my members are not motivated, then this is definitely something that I will bring up to firstly my vice director as well as the pubs head. I will have a discussion with them on what the nature of this thing is. It may be something that I noticed, it may be something that the pubs head brings to my information, and then we will try and have a dialogue with this person to see where their priorities lie and what their interests lie. Because at the end of the day, if it's something that is troubling them, it's something that we can work through together, then as a team, the heads, right, we want to be there for this person so that they can perform their pubs duty properly, especially if they are on roster and they have responsibilities to do. But if it's something that they feel like they've lost motivation or they feel like they cannot commit, then definitely a discussion to see to open the channel of communication for them to properly communicate this to us and to see where that takes us. If they really cannot commit, then we might have to terminate them from the committee because their time here is kind of maybe stalling our pubs effort. So yeah, that's about my considerations.
Second question to you is the hypothetical scenario. During the homecoming event, one of the alumni keep harassing your core members by commenting on your appearance, asking them a lot of questions, and privately messaging them. Outline the course of action. Repeat. During the homecoming event, one of the alumni keeps harassing your core members by commenting on your appearance, asking them too many questions, and privately messaging them. Outline the course of action.
Okay, to clarify the question, there is an alumni during alum homecoming who is harassing one of my members, commenting their appearance, asking a lot of questions, and messaging them privately. So, what would my course of action be? So, I think first and foremost, I would stress that safety is very, very important. And this to me, definitely on face value, if this is the information I'm given, then my first inclination is to think this is a breach of safety. Definitely, like, I will want to try and find out more information to see what the degree of it is. So let's say, like, the core member that's affected, are they more like, is it more of like a mild inconvenience to them, or do they feel like their safety is threatened? From there, I will decide accordingly. But then, if let's say I judge that some form of safety has been breached, then I'll definitely have to escalate it to firstly DPR and potentially even president or SDO in order to really account for firstly whether my COM member is adequately protected and has kind of care given to them. And secondly, like, what is the course of action to be taken to this alumni who has safety protocol? Let's say it's a mild thing. For example, if it's mostly like them asking too many questions towards one COM member, and maybe the COM member feels like they feel a bit uncomfortable with that, but the alumni is like ignorant, like, and innocent, and like they just want to ask more questions, then I would redirect their questions to me or another COM member who is present during the event so that they can handle it, and the affected COM member can kind of escape the situation if it's affecting them a lot. If it's serious, for example, the private DM, which I can foresee may happen, for example, if my sectress is the one who is messaging them to confirm the details of the event, then it's definitely something that I feel should be escalated, maybe to the level of president or to the level of SDO, because this is a clear safety breach, cyber safety. So, and like this COM member's details is now out and really abused by this person. So, considerations would be like to ensure that she's properly taken care of. So to tap on people like maybe SDO on like legalities of like, oh, how do we protect this COM member from the future, from being harassed in the future, and how do we ensure that they don't get harassed from a different channel. And I think because of this, maybe you have to consider serious action to the person itself. So if let's say the event is over, maybe to blacklist them from future events if they show this kind of really serious behavior. If let's say it happened during the event, for example, commenting on their appearance and it makes the COM member feel uncomfortable, then depending on how serious it is and whether we can calm it down, especially whether we can address it and calm it down if this person continues to act this way, then I might have to escort them out of the venue because they do pose a safety risk, maybe not just to my COM members, but to other COM members as well, and maybe even the alumni that's there. Then I think for the other consideration is definitely to be there for the affected COM member. Actually, a similar experience happened to me when I was in SVC in year 3, which is half the reason why I turned into a prox head from a prox exec. But besides the point, I think it's very important to really be there for this COM member, especially if they are really affected seriously, to talk them through it. Definitely, like with these kinds of safety information, it's better if everything's like private so that other COM members are really implicated. So I would, as a director, I would have a chat with them to gather information from their side and also process what has happened to them, whether they are affected by it. And at the very least, if really they are unable to function from the event, I will find a replacement for them from the committee to overtake their duties while they go off and rest and recover, or maybe even like go off for the rest of the day if they are really too affected by it. And I think this one really drawing from my experience from last year, like if let's say it's something that really traumatized them to the point where they really need the space and they really need additional external help from it, then we have an internal discussion with the admin team to see if they do need to step down, if they are able to perform their duties in the future, and to see where we can replace them from the committee.
Hi, an alumni at homecoming event approaches you with a sponsorship deal. Outline your thought process.
Okay, so clarification of the question. During homecoming, an alumni approached me with a sponsorship deal. So what would I do about it? Okay, so first I would definitely stress that I cannot take this deal now because this is an informal channel. If you would like to discuss further, please email me with the details of your proposal. This is on two counts. Firstly, as I mentioned before, this is an informal space, so not really the most appropriate to discuss this. Secondly, I would prefer an email correspondence so that I have a record of like what was discussed on paper, so that on our side, on science side, because I represent science, like science is not implicated in any way because all the information, all the deals written on paper. And thirdly, like with an email correspondence, I could put in like the VPR, maybe like SDO members in like email correspondence so that they are also accountable for like the deals of the event. After that, I would also want to check in with the VPR on the nature of this sponsorship because to firstly see if, let's say, like they are a sponsor which can be trusted or they are someone who we have blacklisted before. And also, I want to consider whether we have the capacity to take on this sponsor. If, let's say, we found another sponsor which does a similar service, do we really want to duplicate our sponsors? Or maybe this sponsor is offering a price which we found a better deal elsewhere for a similar thing. So again, do we really want to proceed with this sponsor? And I think finally, I also want to consider whether my manpower is implicated. So I can think of both my pubs team and my marketing team, because with sponsorships, maybe there has been some agreement, for example, some publicity sponsorship posts that need to be done. So let me see if my pubs team is willing to take on that, or even to cater to maybe some other like specificities that the sponsor would require from us. And also for the marketing, so for example, I think one of the examples I thought of is, let's say it's a physical item that we need to collect, and maybe it's in short notice, so is my team able to dedicate the time to procure the sponsors in time for whatever the sponsorship is for?
I this year one data science analytics have two questions for you. My first question is, in a hypothetical scenario during your budget planning, Science Club faces a budget cut. However, SDO really wants you to execute an additional networking event and provide you with more details about the event. It will be a collaboration with FAIRS Club to hold this joint alumni event as the first batch of CHI graduating. Outline your first question.
Okay, for clarification, so there's a budget cut, but SDO still wants me to do additional event and wants me to host like an alumni networking session, I believe it was, with FAIRS Club. So, okay, so to break this down, I think three main points that I want to address from this question. Firstly, the budget cut situation. This is something that first I will want to discuss with my sectress. So depending on what budget we are allocated, and firstly, because we do have 3 events to consider. So to first and foremost really plan for those 3 events first. So I think mainly just focusing on the budget cut first. If it's, let's say, lesser than what we were given the past years, then we'll see, like, first and foremost, like maybe from past records, what's the rough estimate or to expect for these events. And if, let's say, we're over budget, then to see like maybe where we can be more economical in terms of our events, or maybe to see if we can hopefully maybe procure more sponsorships to assume the funding. And finally, like if it really gets to this point, then we have to consider like where or like, let's say, the importance of these events to us, to see like where we want to prioritize where our funds go. Then this also leads to SDO wanting to do an additional event. So off the budget issue first. So let's say it's something that we might not be able to accommodate. I think first and foremost, because it's a new event, like the 3 events that ARC is already planning definitely take precedence over this, because this event is uncertain, and it's also something that likely comes, the idea for this event comes after we have already laid the groundwork for the past 3 events. So that should take precedence for our budget. So if, let's say, SDO is, I'll communicate this with SDO, and let's say they are more adamant in like us holding the event, then I firstly would, seek their assistance in any ways that they can help us. For example, maybe to alleviate some of the budget, or to maybe handle some of the planning for the event, such as hiring a caterer, or maybe liaising with the alumni. Definitely, I would also want to involve like my VPR, because I think, especially because it's like a SDO, so maybe they will have a better picture of like what the expectations are from both sides. So in addition to support from SDO and like, also from the budget consideration, I do also need to consider whether my committee is able to undertake this event. Also, given that, as I've stressed before, like they may have other commitments, and we as a whole committee may not have the capacity to take on this new event. Especially considering that, if, let's say, this event were to happen after our last event, and maybe some of our committee members are opting to go for like semester internships, or opting to go for SEP, then definitely we would not have the capacity to handle these events. If we were to squeeze this event like within like the current timeline, then again, it may cause us to be overworked lah. So that's also something I need to communicate with SDO. And okay, so then the Fast Club collaboration, I think firstly, I would want to consider like what is really the purpose of this event. Like just because this is here because we are the first batch of CHS, I personally believe this isn't a strong enough reason for collaboration, because CHS isn't really a career-centric thing. It's more like an education-centric thing, more exposure thing. So really to see like our focus is like, if it's alumni, if it's something like getting our student body to network with the alumni, then what would the purpose of that be? Maybe to like learn more about the industry, maybe learn about the job experience. So the focus should really be on these job experiences. And would like a collaboration with FAST really value add to what the science student body population can learn from this event? Or if it's something that really is really no value add, like we really can just handle it all by ourselves. Like maybe like as in if a collaboration were to happen, like really it would just be increase in manpower, maybe increase in resources lah. But if let's say like half the time is spent on science alumni and half the time is spent on FAST alumni, then half the time the science student body population loses out. It would be better if like the whole time would be for the science people lah. Yeah, so definitely I will definitely ask VPR also about this. Also considering that liaising with other yeah, other like academic committees, right? Faculty committees is, I think, something that I cannot undertake as a ARC and need like VPR there to help me coordinate that as well. And finally, I think because we're not sure whether FAST side aligns, the schedule aligns with our side. So we're not even sure whether the feasibility of this event can take place if our schedules align. There's a common time for us. So
My second question for you, after the alumni homecoming event, not all the budget was used. Seeing this, the honorary treasurer informs that he will need to reallocate these extra funds to other sub-committees who need it more, outline the course of action. I repeat, after the alumni homecoming event, not all the budget was used. Seeing this, the honorary treasurer informs that he will need to reallocate these extra funds to other sub-committees who will need it more, outline the course of action.
Hi everyone, welcome to the science. Please would like to propose a 15-minute attention.
Now, second of this motion, Jason. Extend time.
Okay, clarifying question. The Honti approached me to see if funds could be reallocated from ARC to other areas, given that alumni homecoming went under budget. Okay, so first and foremost, I think this discussion, I'll try to involve like SCMC as a whole, because I think this is, it may be a Honti situation, but I think this definitely implicates like the whole nature of SCMC, like where the budget is going. So, I mean, this is after alumni homecoming, which also means it's after the budget allocation. So definitely a safeguard should have been there in, like, all the different subcommittees have already partitioned the budget. So first I would be skeptical in saying like, where is this budget going? Like what subcommittee needs it and why? Because like by right, like from the budgeting, like all the subcommittees should have adequate funds to run their event, especially if it's so early in the year and if it's so early in the year where like maybe not a lot of events have run. So really like where is the money being funneled to when the money is allocated to us and could be used to also further improve like the future events that we have. In case like, especially if let's say in the budget cut scenario where we do need to economize like some of our other events, we could, use the extra budget to revert back to our original plan, which is more expensive but would better provide a better quality experience for who we are targeting to. And I think, after hearing this communication, I think I still would want to try and get a sensing not just from me but also from the rest of the MC, because then since it's a science club budget, so why is it just like ARC funds are being like siphoned out when it could be like something that is like a recalculation, reevaluation of like where the budget is going throughout all the events, so that the blow for us is softened in that sense, where we could also have more budget to also improve our future events as well.
So, during your planning for the new career business week, you realized that it will cost a lot more than you planned for, and as a result, you will only be able to hold either this or science graduation dinner. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, the question is, while planning for the new career business week, you realized that it will cost a lot more than you planned for, and hence you will only have enough in the budget to either run this or the science graduation dinner. Outline your plan. Okay, for minute takers, one more time. The question is, while planning for the new career readiness week, you realize that you are running way over budget. And due to this, you will only be able to hold either the new career readiness week or such as the online account of action.
Okay, clarification of questions. So I realized that the funds are limited, and so it really is a situation where it's either career readiness week or to run science grad dinner. Okay, so in this scenario, like I'm assuming that internally at least we've already exhausted all possibilities, and really this is the ultimatum that we're faced with. I think in terms of which one we have to prioritize, definitely there's a discussion that will have to be done with my committee, but my personal take is that I would want to prioritize science graduation dinner given kind of the nature of both events. So some of my considerations would be like, there are definitely two different facets of the student body population, but I think in terms of like impact, like one group would definitely be more from this event than the other group, and that being the graduating alumni, given that in terms of career readiness week, there is definitely more opportunities that may not be science related for them to achieve the goal that we want to achieve, which is, being industry ready. Whereas for our graduates, like this is supposed to be like, our goal is to make a special moment for them to remember like their past 4 years and to graduate on a good note. And on that front, there's very limited events for them to do so, that being this and the actual graduation. And also given the time sensitive nature of this, given that this is their only opportunity compared to something like the rest of the student body population who can look forward to career readiness week the following year if budget permits. But that will be why like I would prioritize science grad dinner. So I think other things to consider, if is any possible way we could cut budget for it. So maybe this is something where this is the ideal we plan for, but maybe we cannot fully realize career readiness. And so we have to cut things like funding to get the alumni back or funding for venue or stuff like that. We can explore different scenarios which cost cheaper, maybe even less alumni, just to at least maybe have a smaller impact, but still have an impact for the student body nonetheless. I think this is also something that maybe I would seek assistance in from, let's say, VBR, and further on like SDO, or even like from VBR, like the Office of Alumni Relations, to see whether like we can collaborate with them to maybe alleviate some of the costs on our end, on procuring like alumni and stuff like that for the events. And also finally, like let's say it's really like a no-go where we really have to cut career readiness week. This is something that I have to communicate to stakeholders. So for example, if SDO really wants this event, then we have our priorities and we have to properly communicate this to them. Another person that maybe I would want to reach out to is Honti, bouncing off the previous question actually, like if in case like there's a situation where science club budget could be funneled towards like supporting this event, if there's a possibility, but I understand this is definitely something beyond my control and something that okay, not just the Honti, but also involved my sectress as well to discuss budgetary issues. This is just a possibility that I want to explore more. Okay, so like definitely this is definitely cause for a review of like our budget plan for the next year, so future proofing. So to see like this is how much we expect to spend for this, and to really consolidate this at the end of my term for the next batch to prepare themselves for like this is the budget that we expect to prepare maybe the next batch of MC, like next Honti, next actress, to prepare us with the adequate budget so that we can properly conduct these events to their fullest potential the following year.
So in a hypothetical scenario, the flag director approaches you to ask for more outreach to alumni to seek donations of flag. Outline your course of action. For me, because this is action rate. I'll repeat. In a hypothetical scenario, the flag director approaches you to ask for more outreach to alumni to seek donations of flag. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so to restate the question, so the fellow approached me to see if there's a potential to outreach to alumni for donations for the flag event. Okay, so I think firstly, there has to be a discussion on like what the nature of this donation would be. So this would involve like the flag director and maybe the respective vice presidents as well, because it really goes back to what the goal of each event is. So with flag, what's the goal of the donations? Is I wouldn't say it's to make money, but okay, maybe that's not. I'm not too familiar with the flag portfolio, but I do feel like maybe like to look at the goals again. Like, is it something about like raising money? Is it something about like the meaning of like outreach and stuff like that? And to also reiterate, like me personally as an ARC director, what are my boundaries? Because I'm also the representative for the alumni, and so I also need to kind of consider like how the relationship with the alumni would be, right? Would it like in my perspective, it shouldn't be invasive where we just tag onto them for to support science in general because they have their own commitments to undergo as well. So really, it's the nature of these donations. So one possible, if it's like an outright donation, an outright like outreach to alumni to get them to really donate to flag. Maybe that's something that I would be more hesitant towards. It's something that definitely does involve discussion between the relevant parties, as I mentioned before. But me personally, I would be more hesitant on that. But let's say like a potential way like this can work maybe in terms of a collaboration. So let's see where ARC can support flag in this endeavor. So given that flag is raising awareness about this situation, so maybe on our part, if we do want to reach out to the alumni, maybe we can collaborate on like publicity effort to reach out to the alumni to drum up interest. Something that isn't invasive and something that isn't like compromising the relationship that they have with us, but something that may benefit flag by drumming up interest and making them aware of this event, or maybe even like if to the extent maybe the collaboration can go further in organizing a joint event which may involve alumni to maybe come down and support flag in their own ways. But that's definitely something that needs a lot of discussion between both directors.
Just of time, we have asked two more questions. So the question will be from me. So given that CFG career advisors already cater to the Faculty of Science student population with internship opportunities and networking opportunities, what value does ARC provide to the Faculty of Science? Second question will be by Arvin.
My question is, your admin team has made commitments thinking they have less workload during the summer, and you only have your heads left to carry out the work. Outline your course of action.
For minute takers, given that CFG career advisors already cater to the Faculty of Science population with internship networking opportunities, what value does ARC provide to the Faculty of Science?
So the admin team has made commitments, assuming the less workload during the summer, and you only have your heads left to carry the work. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so for the first, it is regarding like CFG, and that they already handle like alumni networking and interview skills and maybe internship opportunities. So where does ARC value add to this? So definitely I hear this out, and I think end of the day, like I can see ways where ARC does provide different perspectives that can maybe enhance these events. So definitely it's grounds for collaboration as well. So it definitely is something that may align in the sense that CFG organizes these talks or these like either talks from alumni or talks from themselves. And it's something that I think we also might explore doing to expand Career Readiness Week. It's grounds for collaboration in a sense where they can provide maybe their resources, for example, speakers that they have, or maybe the expertise of the CFG team. And we can provide stuff like manpower, where, because CFG, they are an organization that doesn't just handle science, they are an organization that handles NUS wide. And so because of that, they may face roadblocks in terms of availability to focus on science and give opportunities for science. That's where we come in, because we are a science-centric committee with science club interests in mind, as well as we are a committee made out of students who have dedicated their time to contribute to these events. So we would probably have greater capacity, since our members are that do dedicate their time towards this activity. So other than that, there's also like perspectives, in a sense where us as students also going through our own needs for internships and support and all that stuff, that we can also provide ground perspectives to CFG to help better curate their programs, and especially towards science, as science students, to really reflect the needs of the student body like that. And finally, with resources, because, like I said, CFG is an organization that handles NUS wide, and maybe that limits them in their outreach towards science. So definitely collaborating with us, with ARC, we have the backing of MC and also the backing of S. So we have resources on our side to better accommodate these opportunities towards the science student body population. So to really consolidate all of these, to give perspective in terms of stuff like curating the kind of questions they ask, or curating the kind of speakers we have, to maybe with more manpower, the ability to run more events, to maybe alleviate some of the load that they face with outreaching to science, and so we can collaborate with them in providing more opportunities for science on their behalf. Okay, so for the second question, it is about my admin team making commitments over the summer, and because of that, I am running lower manpower with only just the heads to plan for the event. So I think to set some context that I see from this, if it's a summer kind of thing, based on the timeline, we have science grad dinner left. Just to give some context, which is definitely a big major event. So I think depending on when this was made known to me, right? So if, let's say, for example, one of my earlier examples of having the secretaries do a com-wide schedule so that we know everyone's availability. So maybe from that is when I made known that the admin team has summer commitments. So I think from there, one of the things is we're able to prep early for that, because we know we have the foresight that you're not really available for this. So maybe we'll dedicate time earlier when you're freer, so that you can better contribute to the event, or dedicate your energy to plan for the event, knowing that you have these other commitments that you need to work around. I think secondly is also, if let's say these commitments aren't really too set in stone, knowing that we have this long of to work with, to definitely have a discussion with my admin team on to also stress the importance that, this is one of their priorities as ARC, and knowing that this is also a major event, to maybe reconsider these other commitments, so that they can better dedicate their time towards planning for this. Yeah. Yeah. So in a case where maybe it's made known pretty late to me, then it's something that I have to really work with them and see is there any ways that they can coordinate their commitments with whatever ARC's commitments is to allow this event smoothly lah. And I think one of the other considerations I had is that maybe in terms of planning, this is something that we can settle lah. All the safeguards are there. Maybe it's we've done it early, so that's an issue that's solved. But maybe on the day itself, my manpower is limited, where we don't have enough people to execute. So this is something that I maybe can seek assistance from SCMC from, in terms of getting additional manpower so that we can properly run our events on the day itself lah. And I think finally I think it's rooms for future planning as well, so that, after running through the event and finalizing the dates, this is something that maybe I can make known to the next ARC director and future batches to come, to really firm up what are the key dates that we really have to lock down, or whoever wants to join this committee has to lock down, so that we can better plan for manpower availability during that time. So stuff really to firm up we have events on I don't know, week 10 of semester 2, or the end of January, or the last week of July. So to really firm up these dates, so that we know that it's made clear from the moment that maybe the next batch joins, that they know to work around these dates if they want to join the committee.
Okay, may I have a proposal to close Q&A for the nominee FFU for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the Science Management Committee, Alvin?
No, sorry, I just did it. So I have to propose to close
Okay. Yeah. So congratulations, you have passed the board and will be returned as the 45th ARC director.
Thank you, everybody. I know I'm year 4 and you're year 1 and year 2, but I promise I'm very high class. I look forward to working with you all. I love you all. Thank you.
Alright, okay. We have a proposal to close the portfolio of Alumni Relations Committee Director for the 45th Science Management Committee, Alvin.
I am not joining your representatives. I propose to close the portfolio of Alliance Relations Committee Director for the Philippines as
We have a second for the vote for this motion. Okay, go for lunch now. So may I have a proposal for 45-minute break from 2 p.m. to 2:45? Alvin?
I am not joining your representatives. I propose a 45-minute break from 2 p.m. to 2:45 p.m.
May I have a second for this motion, Jason?
Hi everyone, so I'm Natasha and today I'll be sharing why I am fit to be SAO director. So a bit more about me. I love animals. I volunteer at the zoo and I also recently went to volunteer in a vet clinic. And my top artist for my Spotify rap. Yes. Do I just? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. And my top artists from Spotify rap included With Earth, Tashi, and SZA. My current involvements in school in NUS involves SAO and also a publicity exec in NUS Peace. Outside, I'm also a private tutor. And my past involvements that I feel that I believe shows my ability to demonstrate teamwork and leadership includes the NUS Student Lifestyle Marketing Exec. I was also Pioneer House FOC's publicity head. And something a bit more interesting was that I was awarded Partner of the Quarter when I was with Starbucks. So a bit more about SAO and my visions and goal for SAO 25. So my overall vision, I wish to make SAO more than just a camp. I want to add value towards the experience of participants, seniors, and also the core members as well. I want the camp to be a meaningful one, not just to meet new people, but also to provide freshmen with a sense of security and support as they transition into what many, including myself, may find scary or daunting. For my com, I wish to see SAO as an opportunity for them to learn about themselves, their capabilities, and provide them with the skills and confidence for future projects they might conquer. I hope to see open and effective communication and collaboration between members in SAO. Thank you. Yes. I hope to also see SAO as a safe space for members to raise any concerns with one another, preventing misunderstandings and miscommunication. And for my overall goal, in order to make a seamless and fruitful camp, my goal for SAO is to, number one, provide the freshmen with tools and knowledge needed to successfully transition into university life. Two, aim for quality and effectiveness of segments. We will strive to attain 80% satisfaction rates from feedbacks after AAR iterations and from participants of the camp. Three, create a detailed and comprehensive timeline for the committee and a clear action plan for seniors as well during the actual camp. And last but not least, to keep to that set timeline and adjust quickly and swiftly if needed to ensure smooth flow of the camp and its preparation. And now for some new ideas that we have came up with for SAO. So firstly, we'll talk about beach day. So instead of only spending time at the beach itself in Sentosa, my props team has already suggested maximizing the time we have in Sentosa by conducting games around Sentosa itself. So these activities can be in the form of side quests. So for instance, taking pictures with the landmarks. So exploring Sentosa as an OG also provides for a new and fresh environment for the freshmen to bond and interact with. For instance, the time walking around provides space for the freshmen to talk freely in an environment outside of NUS. Secondly, the OG size. So from personal experience and from feedback from my com members, we felt that the OG size previously is a bit big, and hence it's difficult to get to know everyone in the orientation group on a deeper level. And therefore, we are planning to reduce the OG size, but increasing the number of OGs from 4 to 6 in each house. This will reduce each OG size while maintaining high freshman intake and keeping to an even number for ease of pairings during games. This will not only allow for more meaningful conversations and time to bond with each OG member, it also means that the increased likelihood of the freshmen leaving SAO with people they are more familiar with and someone they can call a friend. And that is all I have for my presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Azali, you have 15 minutes and 45 seconds left for presentation. You wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
You have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Natasha Azali, for the portfolio of Science Coordination Week Director for the Community Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
Hello, Charlie, your necessities. I propose to open the Q&A for nominee Natasha Azali for the portfolio of Science Coordination Week Director for the Community Science Club Management Committee.
Yeah, second for this motion, Jason. Natasha Azali, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Arabin.
Hi, everyone. I have two questions for you. First question is about your beach day idea. This is not something that's been done before. So what are your considerations, especially safety, given that, assuming based on the idea that we're wandering around Sentosa with only the seniors supervision? So about the beach day idea, what are some considerations that you took, given that, especially safety, given that they will be wandering around Sentosa with only the seniors supervision?
Yes. Okay, so for beach day and my safety considerations in regard to allowing them to spend the entire day in Sentosa. Firstly, Sentosa is very big and there are multiple different paths and tracks that you can take. For example, the ones that explore the nature around Sentosa. So in order to prevent them from going into these paths that may not be as safe, we can propose a planned pathway with toilets and water points available to ensure that they are safe with sufficient facilities like toilets and water points within reach if needed. Furthermore, as they travel in a big group, it is possible that they may be rowdy, as it's the first time they are exploring Sentosa with new friends, which is understandable. However, we have to make sure that our games and our activities as they trek along Sentosa is not dangerous and does not disturb the peace of the public. This not only accounts for safety of the participants, the freshmen. It also accounts for the safety of the people at Sentosa as well, that we do not want to disturb. Furthermore, there can be sudden rain or thunderstorms that may occur as they are trekking around Sentosa. So it is good to ensure that along the path that we have designed, that there is shelter that is big enough to accommodate multiple different OGs in the case of a sudden change in plans. As well as to create a clear path of communication in order for the seniors and OGLs to know what are the next steps they should take in the case of sudden rain and thunderstorm. Furthermore, spending the whole day at Sentosa means that they have to eat there as well. Therefore, food must be provided, their lunch must be provided. To account for this, I can suggest or I can think of setting up multiple gather points for different OGs to go and collect their food and have their lunch at these designated spots. This also ensures that the trash where they accumulate is all collected and we do not litter or fill up the dustbins in Sentosa for the public. Furthermore, we definitely need first aiders there as well. So we have to consider where we should station our first aiders, and seniors should also know where the first aid points are in case of any injury or emergency. And last but not least, we have to ensure that SEO is okay with the safety aspect of this segment. And we work very closely with them to ensure that beach day itself is possible and it will be a successful one.
My second question is, you mentioned in your slides that you want to attain 80% satisfaction rate from your AR operations. How do you intend to go about achieving this? Sorry, let me rephrase. How do you intend to achieve and measure this?
The one question or two. Which one do you want? How do you achieve? How do you measure? Which one do you want faster?
Okay, how do you measure?
Yes. All right. So on a question on how I would measure the 80% satisfaction rate. So to measure the satisfaction, it will not only be from the perspective of the players, but I also want to consider the perspective of the game masters and the logistics wise as well. So what I can think of and propose right now is to set up a rubrics. So for instance, in this rubrics, we can consider number one, the ease of setting up and tearing down. Secondly, the game mechanics, how easy is it to understand and for it to be carried out. And thirdly, but not exhaustive, is the possibility of the freshmen going against the rules and the possibility of them reaching safety. We could, so during the AAR, what I can suggest is that we can rate each of these characteristics from 1 to 10, and then summing up the points and see whether it hits the target as well. It's important that everyone in SAO, not just the participants, have fun. So during the AAR, we will be having our com itself to test it, during the GTs, we'll be having com to test out the games subsequently. There'll be the OHLs and seniors as well, they'll be testing out the games. So there'll be different perspectives as they try out the games and as they give their feedback, as well as when they rate in these rubrics. So the satisfaction rate of manning, setting up, playing, and also the safety aspect to hit the 80% satisfaction rate will be important to ensure that every aspect of SAO and the game itself is up to standard and safe for everyone included. Yes, thank you.
My name is Elias Gibson, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics. I have 2 questions for you. My first question, in a hypothetical scenario during your budget planning, science club faces budget cuts. The honorary treasurer informs you that SAO camp fees should increase since sign-ups for freshmen are usually oversubscribed. Outline your course of action. I repeat, in a hypothetical scenario during your budget planning, science club faces a budget cut. Honorary treasurer informs you that SAO camp fees should increase since sign-up rates for freshmen are usually oversubscribed. Outline your course of action.
Yes. All right, so for the budget cut and the increase in camp fees and my course of action. Okay, so when I see this, trying to prioritize the increase in camp fee or the sign-up fee versus the freshman satisfaction. So definitely with a higher camp fee, this means that they will pay more. They also might expect more from the camp that we might not be able to reach given the budget cut. And between these two, I definitely prioritize the freshman satisfaction. So what I can propose is firstly to reorganize the budget allocation within SAO itself with the treasurer. So if you can find out any way we can try to keep to the allocated budget. So for example, we can change the caterer for our food. And we also can get the marketing to see if we can get any more sponsors for our logistics as well to alleviate the budget cuts. And furthermore, we can also get the procs team to see if there's any other alternatives for the logistics needed for their procs. For example, right now, I can think of an example we have right now. They wanted to use fairy lights that might not be the most important in the game mechanics wise, but it's important in the sense of the aesthetic of the game itself and also the freshman satisfaction. And if there's really no way all of my core members are able to work around the allocated budget, I can talk to the SDO together with the honorary secretary, again with my treasurer, to see how we can work together with the SCMC members as well to reallocate the budget within Science Club so that there is sufficient budget for everyone and enough for SAO to have a safe and fun camp.
My second question for you, in a hypothetical scenario, SDO decides that science will be cancel SAO in efforts to push for one CHS identity and tells you to collaborate with FAST Club for CHS orientation week. I repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, SDO decides that science will have to cancel SAO in efforts to push for one CHS identity and tells you to collaborate with FAST Club for what CHS orientation week.
Yes. All right. So on the question on SDO wanting to cancel SAO and combining it with form one CHS identity. Personally, I would strongly go against this point, as we need to think about what is the purpose of SAO again. It's to integrate the science freshman into the uni life. And an argument that can come up is that in a CHS camp, the students will be taking CHS classes together. However, we have to take into consideration that the classes that they take in CHS will still be lesser than the science classes that they take together within SAO itself. And this also questions the identity of SAO. For instance, we have a bash segment in SAO as well as direct exposure. Does this mean that they will be cancelled as well? And this also affects other subcoms and the other SCMC members. So now the question comes to how important is CHS identity as compared to the science identity. In science, we have IFG, we have BASH, red and flag, and other science events related to science and for the students of science that CHS does not have. And therefore, to link back again, I strongly disagree with what SDU has to offer, and I will strongly push for SAO to continue because I believe that SAO identity and the science identity that SAO can create is definitely more important than the CHS identity that they wish to push for.
Scam and scam week held in semester one will encourage freshmen to meet up again after the summer and to collect their goodie bags. So your subcom members suggest you to have a SAO week as well. Outline your considerations in evaluating this suggestion. Can you take us discussion point?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Okay, so SCAM has a scam week held during semester one to encourage freshmen to meet up again after summer and to collect their goodie bags. So your subcom members suggest you to have a SAO week as well. Outline considerations in evaluating this suggestion.
Hi, Chandra. I will do data science analytics proposed for 15-minute time.
Second for this motion, Jason.
Hi, I'm listening to the motion.
All right. So the question is to see the feasibility of a SAO week happening similar to a scam week. So from my understanding, a scam happens really early on during the summer break, and that gives them ample time to have a scam week within summer for them to meet up and collect the goodie bags. However, for SAO, the camp starts in week 0 or very, very near the start of the semester. And therefore, since it is already so near to the start of school, it will be difficult for everyone to come back and conduct a SAO week. So firstly, I can think of as manpower and the timetable clashes. Because seniors also have classes, right? So how feasible would a SAO week be? However, this does not mean that we are stopping or not encouraging the OG members to meet up and catch up over the course of the academic year. So to summarize, I would not suggest that we have a SAO week because school has started and we do not want to disturb the seniors and also due to timetable clashes. Oh, sorry, can I also add one more point? So I know at the start of school, the first few weeks of the academic year, we also have a lot of other events going on, for example, flag and rec and dash as well. And instead of prolonging the SAO program, we should also take this time to promote and alleviate our other SCMC members' events. Thank you.
Year one data science analytics. 2 questions for you. First question will be, in a hypothetical scenario, SDO informs you that they have received multiple complaints from multiple members of the public during a South Beach day, which you mentioned will be around Sentosa. And these complaints state that the OGs were being too disruptive, and plus SDO wants you to limit activities to Sentosa Beach only. Outline your course of action.
Yes. Alright, so to address the SDO complaint from the public during the beach day, that there were complaints from the public, and SDO is now limiting to Siloso Beach only. And what is my course of action? Alright, so firstly, what I will do is to address this behavior issue. It's important that we have fun at beach day, but it's also very important that we remember that we are representing Science Club and NUS as well. And depending on the severity of the person's behavior, we do not want Sentosa to limit NUS use of their beaches in the future, as beach day is a pinnacle part of a lot of uni camps. Secondly, I would like to respect SDO's request, as whatever has happened has to do a lot with the school's image. And therefore, what I can suggest Prox is to change the activity of, instead having it around or within Sentosa, we can change it to form of like a treasure hunt as they make their way towards Sentosa. So, they already have to walk through a certain path to get to the beach itself, right? So why not we make use of that and have them do certain low-risk activities, like treasure hunt activities where they spot certain things, as they walk from Vivo to the beach. However, this means that we also have to contact the various stakeholders, for example, Vivo, if you're able to use their boardwalk to put up our treasure hunt items to use for this segment as well, and to test the feasibility of this idea. And also, I will also be stricter in my briefing and delivery of the safety guidelines and general reminders to the members. I believe that on the actual camp day itself, the SC members will be there to help keep a lookout and call out or address any poor behavior before it even gets escalated, as previously mentioned in the hypothetical. Yep, so just to sum up, yes, to respect SDO's request to keep the Siloso Beach itself, but that doesn't mean that we have to make the segment less fun, because you can always walk around it. Thank you.
My second question to you is, the hypothetical scenario, a fellow director informs you they have heard rumors being spreaded in the FOP sub-columns about the South Director having an uncaring and lazy attitude towards the camp. What are your thoughts? For minute takers, I'll repeat question. A hypothetical scenario, a fellow director informs you that they have heard rumors being spread in the FOP sub-columns about the South Director having an uncaring and lazy attitude towards the camp. I want your thoughts.
All right, so to address the question about an FOP subcom spreading rumors about me that I'm lazy and uncaring, and I was told about this from another FOP director. Okay, so firstly, I would like to thank the FOP director for trusting me enough to tell me about this rumor in the first place. It will be easy to just ignore it and move on. However, to prevent it from spreading even further and getting even more twisted, I will try to pinpoint where this rumor started from. Was it an action that I did or words that I said that have left an improper impression on another FOP subcom? And if this is not a very big issue, meaning if this rumor is just a small hearsay rumor, what I tell myself is that if it's not an issue, don't make it an issue. So what I will do is, if it's a small rumor, I will explain my side of the story to the FOP director that told me about it. I don't expect them to clear my name for me with the FOP subcom. I'll leave it up to them. However, if this rumor spreads to my com, then it will be important for me to address it to them as well. I believe that it's important to keep trust and transparency within my com, and in order to do so, I will need to make sure that they perceive me as someone that is reliable and responsible. I believe that my commitment and actions that they have seen before they heard about this rumor is sufficient enough for them to ignore it and focus on what's important, which is style.
My first question is, in the past, Red Cross first aiders have always assisted us with first aid during SAL whenever we experience a shortage of first aiders. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the Red Cross has decided to decline and not offer the help. As a result, many of your game segments, especially the web game segment, are lacking first aiders. Outline and thought process. For me, this is question 56.
Yes, all right. So for the question, what if Red Cross first aiders decline the request for them to help out at SAL, especially now that we are lacking first aiders for the wet games, and my thought process on this. All right. So firstly, what I can think of immediately is to definitely get more first aiders. I can think of trying to reach out to SCMC members to see whether they have any first aiders that they are able to provide us, provided that they do not have any events going on that is close to SAL. Similarly, you can also blast to appropriate channels on Telegram or even Blast to call for more first aiders to volunteer for SAL. If that does not work, what I can think of is to approach SDO for help, because I do not want to make drastic changes to the wet games that my procs team has already planned, if possible. However, safety is definitely more important than fun, to me in this case. Therefore, what I can think of is that if we really do not have enough first aiders in this case, what I can suggest procs to do is to tweak the wet games such that the score on the risk assessment will be low enough that it will be considered more safe than the original plan. So for example, what they could do is reduce the amount of water needed for a specific game to prevent slip and fall incidents. Alternatively, although this may be very difficult planning-wise and logistics-wise, but what I can think of is to have less OGs play wet games at the same time. So for instance, have two different segments happen simultaneously. But I understand that this is very difficult to handle and very difficult to execute. But that is something we can consider if there is enough runway time for us to make that happen. So to make sure that we have enough blocks, make sure that we have enough locations to have this be carried out. However, if worse comes to worse and Red Cross informs us of the decline way too late, the worst case scenario will be, unfortunately, I feel, to convert or revert this to revert wet games to a wet weather plan event. So that means everything will be indoors with no water to increase the risk of injuries. Therefore, to ensure that the participants are safe while playing the games. However, I hope that that will not happen, because I know wet games is something that the participants look forward to. And going back to my point about how I wish SAL would be fun for everyone and to value add to the participants, what I can do right now to prevent this from happening is to ensure that I have more than enough first aiders ready, just in case something happens and, for example, if first aiders are not able to make it, I still have sufficient to allow the camp to run smoothly and as planned.
In the interest of time, we'll ask you two more questions.
My second question to you is, in a hypothetical situation, if one overture is not doing their job as a overture due to external commitments, and other overtures have stated that they are unhappy with this situation, and have asked you to change the overture, outline the course of action. For many takers, this is question 52.
Stephen.
I think my question is I don't know, Joey, your analytics have one question for you. For me, because this question is question 57. Right? So in a hypothetical scenario, the rec director informs you that a rec dancer is in SAL without your knowledge on day one of SAL. Outline your course of action.
Yes. Sorry, just to clarify the question from Arvind, is it OGL or OHL?
I will repeat my question. In a hypothetical situation, one of the OHL is not doing their job as OHL with external commitments, and other OHLs and seniors have stated that they are unhappy with the situation. I will change OHL.
Yes. All right, so to answer the first question, to repeat again, the first question was, an OHL is unable to commit fully to SAO, and the other OHLs feel like they're not doing their job and is unhappy about it, and they suggest a change in OHL. And what are my thoughts and course of action? Firstly, knowing that an OHL job is quite high commitment as well, and it is fair that they might be unhappy because they're doing all their work. Why is this other OHL not doing? My first course of action, or my first thought would be to deconflict the unhappiness that is going on around within the OHL. To get them to know that I will go and understand the situation a bit better and get back to them, and for them to not go overboard with their comments and actions because we don't know what is happening behind the scenes. So if this situation comes up early, what I can do is first to go and understand that particular OHL's reasoning, why they are unable or are not able to commit fully. Because if it's an issue with them having a certain commitment for like family issues outside, it's not fair to them to have them be removed from SAO because they do have that commitment to SAO. It's just because of outside circumstances that might not allow them to fully commit to SAO. And it's important to sympathize with the OHL and not to ostracize them just because they are unable to commit because of outside circumstances, and to see what the COM can do for them to support them and have them still participate and contribute to SAO. I also have to make sure that the other OHL recognize that it is not their intention to not commit as much as compared to them, and what we are doing as a COM to help support them, to help them contribute back to SAO, and also what they are doing on their side to contribute to SAO in their capacity as well. However, if this situation comes up later or very, very near the camp, it would be very dangerous to remove this OHL, even if it's because of whatever reason, because an OHL handles quite a bit, including the seniors, and to have only one OHL handle the entire house will be very daunting. So this also leads back to my point just now, to see what we can do to help this OHL commit to the camp, especially knowing that it's important to have an OHL there. And I feel that communication between the two OHLs in that house will be very important, because to have both of them understand what is going on, what both of them can contribute, cannot contribute, what they need help in, it's important to ensure that there is this effective communication and that the management of the house between the two of them is done smoothly and successfully. On the second question about having a dancer in SAO, a red dancer in SAO, and me finding this out on the first day and what is my course of action. Personally, my stand is that a red dancer should focus on rec and not have to spend their time away from rec and in another camp, because rec sign up do happen first. However, even after my COM going through the name list of rec dancers and the name list of our participants, and this person somehow falls through the cracks, and I find it on the first day, what I will do is I'll talk to the dancer, also talk to the rec director and see what we can be from this. Because we don't want a OG member to disappear halfway through the camp and not be there for like half or the entire day and then randomly come back the next day again. This does not align with my vision and my goal for SAO. However, it might not, to the rec dancer themselves, it might not be fair for them to have to withdraw from SAO even after they have paid the camp fees. And there might be some conflicts and some feelings of unhappiness because of that. But I must stand my ground and be clear and state that it is in the terms and conditions, there will be no refund given. And because of your dishonesty, you have to face the consequences of their actions. That doesn't mean that they have bad character, they are dishonest. Perhaps you can see this as someone that is really, really passionate about wanting to know more about their science friends. Yeah, people in science that they might work with in the future. So with that said, it's important to highlight that REC is very, very high commitment, not just during the SAO period, but throughout REC. It's super high commitment, and they have to understand and recognize that they are going to be sacrificing a lot for REC, and SAO might be the first one. Thank you.
We have a closed Q&A to the nominee of Natasha Arali, portfolio of Science Foundation Week Director of Participant Club and Committee Audit.
I'm not very that this one proposed to close the Q&A for nominee Natasha Arali for the portfolio of Science Foundation Week Director for the Free Science Foundation Committee.
Have a second on this motion, please. how to do a representation and requeue. Okay, may I have a proposal for 15-minute break from 4:15 to 4:30? Alvin?
I'm not sure if you want to say next, like propose a 15 break from 4:15 to 4:30.
May I have a second of this motion, please?
Okay, may I have a proposal to resume the internal election for the Politics Science Club Management Committee? Alvin.
Sorry, your representative supposed to resume the elections for the Politics Science Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Jason? May I have a proposal to
Yeah, close now. To open the
May I have a proposal to open the re-presentation for the nominee Natasha Azali for the outside presentation with Director for Politics Science Management Committee, Alvin.
No, sorry, it's like to propose to open the representation of for the nominee Natasha Azali for the portfolio of Science Organization Director for Politics Science Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Jason? Okay. Natasha Azali, you now have 20 minutes for your representation.
Okay. So I would like to address some of the answers that I have from just now. So I'll start off with the budget cut question and the suggestion from Honorary Secretary to increase the camp fee and cost of actions. So previously I mentioned that it's important to keep to that freshman satisfaction because by paying a high camp fee, they might have higher expectations, but in reality, we are given the same amount of budget with their income. However, it's important that we recognize that we need that income to create a safe and successful camp. Therefore, I will not be opposed to this idea because I would want the camp to still hit the goals that I have for SAO and the vision I have for SAO as well. Yes, so with a higher camp fee, that means they have higher expectations, and that means that I have to step up my game for SAO to make sure that they feel that they are getting what they are paying for, right? So one thing is to make sure that to ensure that the games that we create are not just fun, they are interesting, they are innovative, and they have elements of science, and ensure that the freshman is able to, they have ample time, not just to always continuously play games, but they have ample time to also bond with their OG mates and get to know one of them on a deeper level. And on the question on cancelling SAO and combining it with FAST Camp or Arts Camp to have a cohesive CHS identity, if you cancel SAO, that means that there will only be one camp in science left, which is SCAM. And it's important to identify the difference between SCAM and SAO. SCAM is the first camp that happens in science, and the main identity of it is to create fun and introduce them to uni, because it's the first contact they have with uni, other than their acceptance. And for SAO, it is to integrate them into uni life, especially with the academic aspect. So let's say we were to combine SAO and FAST into one CHS camp, knowing that SAO is very close to the mod right date, I don't think it's very fair for a science freshman to be asking a FAST senior about academic aspects. That will just not be very fair to them because they do not have a proper outlet to reach out to without SAO. Furthermore, by combining SAO and FAST, we have to consider the budget as well. How will the budget be allocated? How will the manpower be allocated? Who will be conducting what games? If you were to do a science segment and an art segment in a CHS camp, it doesn't really make sense because that just means you are doing SAO and arts camp into one camp, but separately, just not very ideal. And it will just confuse the freshmen because why are they attending, as a science student, why they're attending a arts related camp. Yeah, so therefore, in conclusion, it's important that we have SAO and not get rid of it just to create a CHS identity, because SAO is not only important for them to get to know the people around them that they might be studying with, that they will be studying with for the next 4 years, but it's also their first point of contact with seniors in regards to academic aspects. And that will definitely lessen the stress and load on the freshmen as they enter into uni life. On the question on SCAM week versus SAO week, I think it's important for me to talk to the SCAM committee first, to first clarify what is their objective of SCAM week and how feasible is it for SAO to also carry it out. I understand that SCAM week is for the SCAM OG members to come back together again after quite a period of time in summer to meet up and catch up with each other. And as well, and it's also because that many sponsored items are not able to reach SCAM during the SCAM period, and therefore they have to do it or give it up to the freshmen during SCAM week. Yes, so that adds on to what I said previously about how SAO is already very close to the start of academic year, and it might not be as possible to conduct a SAO week like SCAM week. But of course, that also I take into consideration first what the SCAM DVD says and its feasibility. On the question on the complaint by the members of the public during beach day, and SDO wanting to limit the beach day activities to Siloso Beach only instead of having it as an island-wide activity, I apologize, I misunderstood the question. I initially thought that the question was asking about the beach day as like a game trial or a prep camp event instead of an actual day event. So just to re-answer this question properly again. So what I said previously still stands, that I respect SDO's request to keep to Siloso Beach only because it's due to the school's image and that is very important. And Siloso Beach is, although it's not as big as the entire Sentosa Island, it is still pretty big, and there are still areas where we can carry out this kind of side quest activities if we tweak it a bit to fit the boundaries of Siloso Beach itself. And just to reiterate, it's also important to address the behavior issue by whoever who was not behaving appropriately during beach day. And I also have to remind the SCMC members and the seniors to help keep a lookout and maintain proper behavior during the camp. This can also mean that in future comms, I have to share with them that they have to be strict and stern with their participants when they are outside NUS, because school image is very important and we do not want the public to be disrupted by our activities. To add on to the question regarding the rumors spread by another subcom, I would like to add on that it is very important to address the rumor, no matter how big or small, to my subcom, just to keep everyone in the loop and to clear any misunderstandings. It's also important to inform the FOP of such rumors spreading around in case of any further misunderstandings that may occur because of the spread of this rumor. For the Red Cross first aider question, where they decline to help SAO, we can also reach out to NUSU or ADCC for help with first aiders. Moreover, we can also make sure that the SAMC members and the seniors, as they are as they are taking care and making sure that their freshmen are participating, that they keep a closer eye on their activities and make sure that they do not go against what has been planned for them to maintain the safety that has been put into place with regards to the risk assessment that has been made. And on the question on the OHL not doing their job and other OHLs being unhappy and would like to change, additional measures that we could do is to have MC members and seniors help the singular OHL if we were to remove that OHL from the camp. Because as I said previously, a single OHL handling the entire house is very daunting and it's not easy, and they will need as much help as they can get. Therefore, it will be good for NC members and seniors to be briefed on what they can do to help further support this solo OHL through prep, and SAO themselves. And on the question on having a rag dancer in SAO, I would like to clarify that rag dancers are actually banned from SAO and they are not allowed to join SAO in the first place. I know that we are given a name list of rag dancers, and it's our duty to cross-check this name list with our participant name list and ensure that there are no rag dancers that have slipped through the cracks and lie on their application. However, if that were to happen and I were to find out that there is a rag dancer on the first day of SAO, it's important that I talk to them as well as the rag director to see what we can do to work together to address this issue. As rag is a high commitment activity, there might be a possibility that we will have to refund this participant because they might not be around for most of SAO itself. However, that has to be checked with the honorary treasurer to see that's even possible in the first place. However, if they are still very determined to stay in SAO or if a refund is not possible, we can see if we can make any adjustments, whether they are allowed to still come for certain segments, because I know that in SAO we still have the rag exposure that they have to be a part of. So there must be a discussion on whether will they be together at the OG watching the rag exposure or will they be with rag. Furthermore, it is also important that this issue is addressed with the rag because this is not an issue that should be taken lightly. And in future committees, I should emphasize that this screening must be done very thoroughly to ensure that such incidents never happen again. And thank you.
Dr. Azadi, you have 7 minutes and 38 seconds left for the presentation. You wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Natasha Azadi, from Portfolio of Science, Orientation Week Director for the Quality Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I'm Jawi Yuan, National Analytics West. We propose to open the Q&A for the nominee, Natasha Azadi, for the Portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the Quality Science Club Management Committee.
I have a second on this motion, JC. Natasha Azadi, you now have 45 minutes for your Q&A. Julia.
The first question. In a hypothetical situation, your crops team member requests that he or she wants the South Camp to be overnight. What would be your consideration? I'll repeat the question. In a hypothetical situation, your prop member requests that he or she wants the South Camp to be overnight. What would be your consideration?
Thank you for the question. So the question is on what if the program, the program want to have SAL be an overnight camp and my considerations. So to my knowledge and my understanding, I know that previously SAL did have an overnight segment, and it is possible to have an overnight segment. And I understand that with an overnight segment, it means that it's a more holistic experience for the freshmen, which is the dorm life or the dorm experience in university. And they might want to try it out and experience it for themselves, especially those that do not have semester accommodation. However, some considerations that we need to take note includes the timeline. So with an overnight camp, it means that we have to cut the activities earlier instead of having them be cut at 10 p.m. to ensure that the freshmen and the com have ample time to rest for the next day. This means that procs themselves have to sacrifice their own games for this overnight segment. Furthermore, there will be budget considerations. For instance, to get housing accommodations for the freshmen and the com, we have to spend extra money for that, including food as well. And therefore, we have to check with my treasurer to see whether it's even possible and if it's within our budget, or if we have to increase the camp fees in order to include that into the camp program. Another point would be on manpower and the safety of the freshmen. So throughout the entire overnight period, the freshmen will be under our care and responsibility. This means that whatever happens during this overnight period will be under SAO and under us. Therefore, we have to consider if we have enough manpower, enough people to ensure the safety of the freshmen. So, for instance, the CSO might have to come up with a roster or a patrol system for com members to patrol around the hostel arrangement to ensure that there is no one that sneaks out for supper and that they abide by the school rules and regulations. And therefore, we have to ensure that there's enough people and whether com themselves has enough rest and whether they have a place to stay as well, since it will be overnight and they have to be up. Last but not least, as mentioned before, yes, it's possible. Yes, it is possible because previous comms have done it before. However, we need to lay out these considerations for future comms if they want to push through with this plan. However, for me, yes, I have to look into these considerations. And if my props team really wants to go on with this plan, look through the considerations again, discuss it with my VD, my treasurer, and again the props team, and if we are able to accommodate to these considerations.
Suppose you attend camp GT3 and find multiple games that are similar to your game. Outline your course of action. I'll repeat the question. Suppose you attend camp GT3 and you find multiple games that are similar to your game. Outline your course of action.
So on a question on Scam GT3, and I found out that they have games that are very similar to SAO, and what is my course of action? Firstly, I feel that Scam has priority over the games as their runway is much shorter and it's very difficult for them to change their games, especially if it's already GT3. I'll inform the Scam director that we have similar games and we will make the effort to make them more distinct from Scam so that there's no misunderstanding that may spread because of this. So for my props team, if there's still ample time that we can still tweak the game or change the game, I would first advise them to, yes, change the game to something that is more distinct, if possible. However, for instance, if the locks for the game is too expensive, such that it's already been bought and they are quite expensive, and you don't want to waste the budget already spent on the locks, I would suggest that they tweak the game using the same locks that they already have allocated for that specific game. So, for instance, for example, if they're using a ball, right, they can use the ball to do something else. For example, instead of using the ball as a way of scoring, they can use the ball as something such as like a form of obstacle or challenge to that game instead. If my props team is really against changing the game because, for example, if they felt like it was their original idea and it was a coincidence that it's the same as Scam, and they really want to continue sticking to this idea that they've thought of, what I can suggest to them is to tweak the concept of the game and improve on the science element of it. So, science element of it, for example. So, for example, like as mentioned, the ball game, right? Maybe instead of having just like a normal scoring mechanism, they can include science elements. So, for instance, they have to see like a chemical element before they score, something like that, just to make it a bit more distinct from what Scam already has, and also to further highlight the purpose of SAO, which is the more academic aspect of integrating the freshmen into the university life. And that's where the science element can come in as well. And for the next com, I would suggest or recommend that they deconflict early to ensure that such things do not happen because it can be quite hectic and quite stressful for the com members. So we can see if it's possible to discuss with the Scam com earlier on their games to share what they have prepared and what they are going to do so that we do not have games that overlap.
Participants and seniors in SAO come up to you and complain that it's unfair that they let batch participants from Scam attend SAO. They stated that this deprives some freshmen from attending SAO just for these batch contestants, stating that the slots are given based on this. Comment on this. For me, take this question, please. Hi, Jaafar. I have a fixed proposal for a 15-minute extension for Q&A.
I second of this motion, Jason.
That some might feel that having Bash attend SAL might be unfair and they are attending based on their looks and to comment on this statement. So there is a tradition in SAL that Bash has their own segment to raise awareness of what Bash is and to garner the freshman support for each Bashie. And that's why we have Bashes in SAL. And I feel that to act on that statement and to remove Bashies would be unfair to Bashcom, and I also do not want to break that tradition itself, just because of a comment from someone else. And to add on, we only have one Bashie in each OG, and that still gives ample chance for many others to join SAL. So for instance, we already give priority to those who have not attended any other freshman orientation camps into SAL, because it is already very close to the academic year. I want as many freshmen as possible to have a FOP experience. So if you take this comment as sort of like a feedback, what we can do is consider if there is any way to make the acceptance into SAL any more transparent. So this is to do with the execution of our acceptance into SAL. So for instance, I could discuss with my VD or VP FOP to see if we should mention that we are giving priority to people who have not participated in FOP before, if we should maybe share the segments prepared to the participants so that they are aware of this Bash segment and can clear such misunderstandings. So as I said, this should be discussed with my VD and VP FOP if such actions can be taken. And it's also important to note to future batches that they might need to consider being more transparent in their their acceptance process to prevent such misunderstanding from spreading. Thank you.
My second question for you is, both camp and SAL want the same person at the origin. However, SAL has some backup candidates that are usually on the reject list, whereas camp does not have any backups. Outline your thought process. For me, because this is a shorter version of question.
Alright, so on the question on if SAO and SCAM wants the same OHL and the fact that SAO has backup from a reject list, what are my thoughts on this? So for OHL, their jobs are very important. They act as a bridge between the com and the seniors. Although SCAM and SAO happens on two different timelines, however, for SAO, we also have our GTs, pre-prep and prep that might clash with the SCAM timeline, and therefore it is not advisable to have the same OHL for both. Knowing that SCAM's running time is very short, we might have to give them the priority. However, we have to make sure to discuss first with the SCAM director and the VP FOP, together with my own vice director, to see how this can be resolved. It's also important to ask the OHL themselves to see their preference on whether they prefer to join SAO or SCAM. Given that they chose either, and knowing that we have a backup list, we can look into this backup list again and to see why some seniors are rejected, and if they are rejected for red flag reasons, or if they're rejected because the com did not feel as confident, or they found someone else that was more suited for the role. What we can do is to re-interview selected members from this backup list and to re-interview them again to further assess their capability as an OHL. And if any OHL would be chosen, we could then see if they would like to join either continue to be in SAO or to go to SCAM if that previous OHL chooses to stay in SAO. And this also brings to the next point, which is to advise future comms that they need to have sufficient people on the wait list should such an incident occur, just to ensure that we do not have any last minute scares, that we do not have enough manpower, because as I mentioned earlier, an OHL job is very important and very daunting to be handled alone.
Hi, UTTS Houston, Year 1 Data Science Analytics. I have two questions for you. My first question is 2 days to prep camp, and you notice your com members are burned out, which will affect their performance during prep camp. Your treasurer informs you that there is a surplus in SAO's WPS, and he or she feels that the money should be spent on the welfare of the community. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, this is question 16. I repeat the question again. It is 2 days to prep camp, and you notice your core members are burnt out. It has affected their performance during prep camp. So your treasurer informs you that there is a surplus in SAO's WPS. He or she feels that the money should be spent on the welfare of the community. Outline the course of action.
So on the question on the fact that I have 2 days before prep camp and I realize that my com is burnt out and the treasurer tells me that I'm surplus in my WPS and I should spend that surplus on the welfare for the com and what is the course of action. So firstly, I want to say that it's very unfortunate to have such a situation occur, and especially as director, I should ensure that my members are looked after and not stretched into the point of burnout. So I would assume that based on the treasurer's point of view, the purpose of this welfare is to uplift the com and to improve the morale. However, given that we have already planned out the budget, why is there such a surplus in the first place? Was something missing in the budget, in the Excel sheet? Did someone not get their reimbursement back, or was it not recorded? So what I will do is suggest that she check the budgeting again to make sure that we really do have this surplus, and also to inform me on why this surplus is there in the first place. So if everything's okay, I would be inclined to say yes to her suggestion. But however, I have to check with her again on how much is available and check with the vice director on what types of welfare is suitable. So for instance, would it be more suitable to get them, like for example, acai, or should I get them something more tangible, like a gift or something that which can better boost their morale? And it's important to note that welfare cannot solve all the issues of burnout. And other than handling welfare stuff for the com members, I should remind the com members also to sound out if they need help in any way, shape, or form. And this is also to reiterate my vision for SAO, which is to have open and clear communications. And with that, I will also advise future core members to not let such a situation happen, to make sure that there are more frequent check-ins with the com to prevent burnt out. Burnt out is very hard to recover, and knowing that prep camp is also very close to the actual camp, we do not want members that are burnt out to prep camp and then not delivering their best during the actual camp itself, because this could mean that there will be lapse in safety judgment, which will not be ideal for the camp and for the participants as well. Thank you.
My second question for you. For many takers, this is question 59. 2 months before the actual camp, your marketing team told you that they are not able to secure sufficient sponsored items to give away during lucky draw into pack and double pack. Due to tight budget, you are also unable to purchase any more items as well. I repeat, 2 months before the actual camp, your marketing team told you that they were not able to source sufficient sponsored items to give away during lucky draw to pack in the old pack. Due to the tight budget, you are also unable to purchase any more items as well. Outline your course of action. Sorry, Natasha. I missed out a part. For many takers, let me repeat my question. 2 months before the actual camp, the marketing team told you that they are unable to resource sufficient sponsor items to give away during lucky draw to pack the pack. Due to the tight budget, you are also not able to use any items. However, you found additional exam welfare packs left over. Outline your course of action.
So the question on the fact that I have 2 months before the camp and marketing tells me that they have not enough sponsors for the OPEC and the lucky draw. And because of the tight budget, I cannot buy any new items. However, I have found that there are additional welfare packs available and describe my course of action. So firstly, the objective of giving out the OPEC is so that the freshman has a tangible thing to take away from SAL and that everyone will get. And for lucky draw, is to increase the excitement for SAL, especially towards the end. And since we already have limited supply to give out, I would suggest that we prioritize items for the OPEC over lucky draw items because everyone will get OPEC. And I want to ensure that whatever is in the OPEC is of quality and is not something that is lackluster and disappointing. So to describe my course of action, firstly, I will approach the welfare and double check if the exam welfare packs are given by NUSU or if it's like a science exam welfare pack. Because if I'm not wrong, to my knowledge, NUSU welfare pack must be returned if it's not given out. And let's say that it's a science club exam welfare pack. Is it possible for us to even use the welfare pack to be given out in the first place? And is there even enough to cover every participant in SAL? Additionally, are the items inside the welfare pack appropriate for the freshmen given the SEO guidelines? Furthermore, I suggest marketing should also continue to find sponsors for the OPEC since there is still 2 months before the camp. I can also ask my VP FOP for help if needed to provide a list of previous sponsors that they can also tap on and ask, given that we have worked with them before, they might be more inclined to provide us with sponsor items. So for instance, within these 2 months, there are sponsors that agree to provide sponsor items. However, if they are unable to deliver it in time for SAO, what I can do is suggest that the freshmen collect their OPEC after SAO has concluded. This is because, as I mentioned previously, or rather the freshmen collect it later with a full welfare pack that with items that that is useful and that reflects the quality of SAO than a lackluster one. And last but not least, I would again highlight this to my future comms that it is important that the freshmen have a lasting experience of SAO. And since the OPEC is one of the more tangible things that they are taking away and that they can see and remember SAO by, it's important that the OPEC is well contained with items that is useful and enough items that shows the quality of SAO, and that their marketing and its timeline has to be set and done early and in time if such things were to happen, so there's enough time to work around it and ensure that we do not push back the collection of the OPEC.
Hi, I'm showing how year 1 data science and analytics, one question for you. So, due to external commitments, a few MC members are not able to help out much with the SAO preparation during the summer break. A few seniors complain that those MC members are not pulling their weight, and they want to remove them from SAO entirely. Outline a course of action. I'll repeat the question one more time. So, due to external commitments, a few MC members are not able to help out much with the SAO preparation during the summer break. A few seniors complain that those MC members are not pulling their weight and want to remove them from SAO entirely. Outline action.
Natasha, in the interest of time, we'll ask you 2 more questions. Jerry.
Hi, year 1 data science analytics. I have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, your subcom believes that your vice director is not pulling his or her weight and believes the VD should be replaced with a more competent individual. As such, more than half of the subcom have voted for your VD to be replaced and have requested you to take action. Outline your course of action.
Hello, Javid. The one that I have one question for you. So this is set in the context of summer, so a few weeks leading up to summer. So while your subcom is preparing for the outing declarations, they complain that the REC subcommittee, specifically the floats department, has been hogging the projector for their preparation, citing that they are behind time and need the projector more than some. What is your course of action?
Okay, so on the first question about having an MC member not being able to help out with South prep, and the other MC members wanting the removal of them from South, is that correct?
Like the seniors in like the same OG as those MC members want to remove them.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so firstly, I would deconflict and calm down everybody's situation. I would have to get a better understanding from the seniors and understand what this MC member is not helping out with, and talk to the MC member themselves on the situation. Knowing that being an MC member has very high commitment, and the fact that they have signed up to the MC member and is an MC member means that they should already know that they have these commitments to take part in and to anticipate. And this does not excuse their absence, even with external commitments. I also have to make sure and check with them on whether it is only SAO that they are not participating actively in, because I know that they are also supposed to help out in many other camps and programs in Science Club. So are they only skipping out on SAO prep? Are they also giving the same level of commitment to other camps and events within Science Club? Because I feel that it is not fair to SAO and to my com that they are not putting effort just for SAO. And I feel that it is important to have an MC member around in the OG as they act as an extra pair of eyes and ears and for the safety of the freshmen. Having one less MC member means that the freshman to senior ratio will also not be ideal. This might mean that we are not able to accept as many freshmen in that particular OG, which also causes an imbalance in the number of freshmen throughout the OGs. And knowing that it is very difficult to recruit another senior, especially when it's closer to the camp, I would not recommend removing the MC member when considering the freshman experience. So instead, what I will do is I will try to work with them and to get them to contribute evenly to SAO as well. It's important to remind them why they are in MC member in the first place, and what they have agreed to contribute as an MC member. I believe that this talk should not be done by me only. I believe that the SCMC should come together and discuss the situation, because having an MC member not actively participating in a certain Science Club event does not reflect very well on SCMC as a whole. And if this MC member does not want to cooperate and is really very against helping out for SAO, I would then need the help of the president to help talk to this MC member and discuss with him what we should discuss with him, and also as a SCMC as a whole, what we should do about this MC member. Because the fact that they are not able to put in the 100% for an event, does this mean that in the future they might also not put in 100% for another event? We do not know their thoughts and their attitude behind it, and we should act early before things snowball. So on the question on the Sao VD not pulling their weight and the COM wanting to replace the VD with a more than 50% vote, then what's my course of action? Is that question correct? So yes, firstly, having a majority of the SALCOM wanting to remove the vice director is something very major, and it must come from an area of anger and disappointment. So firstly, against the conflict, and make sure everyone is calm and cool in the situation, and assure them that I'll be handling this situation. I need to understand from the COM, firstly, why they feel this way. Are they, why they feel that she's not pulling her weight? Is it because they don't see her enough, like going around and helping them with the preparation? Or is it because they just do not feel like she is even doing anything in the COM at all? It's very difficult to replace the vice director, especially because it is a very major role in SAL. They act as the chief safety officer, and with that not there, the safety of the entire camp can be compromised. So I feel like it's very important to also, after getting understanding and sensing from, to talk to my vice director, to understand, have her also understand where the COM is coming from, and also get an understanding from her as to why they might feel this way, and why she may or may not be pulling her weight. It's also important that I talk to the VP FOP about this issue and consult with him on his views on the matter. So I can think of two scenarios in this case. So firstly, is that if I don't remove my vice director, it means that my COM has to work with someone that they do not agree with and they do not respect. So this means that there can be bad consequences later on, because I personally feel that if you work under someone that you do not see eye to eye with, if you do not respect, especially to such a great degree, you might not be putting 100% into the work because your head isn't even there, doesn't even care at all. And if I were to remove her as a vice director, then there comes the question as to who will take over the role. Because at this point in time, every other COM member has their roles outlined, and they are, excuse me, and they are vital in ensuring that the camp goes smoothly. Is it fair to the COM as well if I were to suddenly bring in a new vice director? Will this vice director be able to assimilate well into SAL? And what if something similar happens again? Does that mean I have to kick that vice director out? So all these things have to be taken into consideration and discussed with the VP FOP as well. I would say that for these two questions, about the MC member and the SAL director, I would feel that it's very difficult to foresee such things happening, because for them to even be a MC member or a SAL vice director in the first place, it means that throughout the interview or the election process, they have showed great character in their leadership and teamwork abilities. So it would be very unfortunate for such a thing to happen, but again, as I said, it's important that we take steps to ensure that the COM itself understands the situation, does not work under someone that they do not align with, and ensure the safety of the camp and the enjoyment of the freshmen. And for the question about the projector hogging by REC, so SAL feels that REC has been hogging the projector for the floats as they are, since they're already behind time. And what's my course of action? So firstly, I will need to talk to her about this and understand if they really need to use the LT, if there's alternative that they can use. For example, other projectors that are around that is mobile, So instead of using the one in the LT, they can bring this projector outside to the area outside LT 27 to do their float design and preparation there.
Just to clarify, right, is the projector referring to is the one that's in the secretary, so that it's a mobile one. So like it's shared usually among the FOPs like
Also, not the LT projector. Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, given that, instead, yes, talk to the right director about this again and come up with a plan on and allocate timings on who can use the projector when. So this is to ensure that there is fairness when it comes to who gets to use the projector and also the duration that SAO and REC, as well as other subcoms that may need the projector, gets the projector. Everyone gets equal and ample amount of time to use the projector, and there is no conflict. And everything is transparent on a roster sheet. However, it does not mean that because it is, let's say for example, SAO's allocated time to use the projector, and let's say SAO is not using it, that doesn't mean that we cannot use it as well. We are still under one science club. We are supposed to help each other out, and just because that it is under quote unquote our time, it doesn't mean that we cannot lend the projector to someone else, because at the end of the day, we are still one science club, and we should all work together to ensure that all science club events are successful. Thank you.
Also propose the Q&A for the nominee, Natasha Ravi, the portfolio of site director for the Politics and Management Committee, held in
Beyond Joey, Yon Design Analytics, would like to propose the Q&A for the nominee, Natasha Ravi, for the portfolio of Science Foundation Week Director for Politics and Management Committee.
have a second of this motion, they say. Congratulations, Pasha. You have passed the second vote of confidence and you will now be returned as a qualified sub-director.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. I was really nervous. It's the first time taking such a big role. And I thank you again for your trust in me. And I hope to work with you.
Second page.
We have a proposal to close portfolio of science orientation week director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
Would like to propose the close portfolio of science orientation with director for the Qualified Science Management
We have a second for this motion, Jason. May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
Would like to propose to open the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Management Committee.
We have a second for this motion, Jason. We have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
I am not very honest and like to propose to open the nominations for the batch director for the Science Management Committee.
We have a second for this motion, Jason. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee? Alvin.
I am not very honest and like to propose to close the nominations for the portfolio of batch director for the Qualified Science Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Jason? Okay. May I have a proposal? Thank you. May I have a proposal to close loop 4, the internal election for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
I'm very honest and like to propose to close loop 4 of the internal elections for the Qualified Science Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Jason? Right. May I have a proposal to end the internal election for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
I am very would like to propose to end the internal elections for the Qualified Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion? Okay. Congrats, ladies and gentlemen. The Qualified. Okay, so now then we have two people to help Juliana collect everything like the script, the question bank, and extra books. Two people that help Juliana collect all this. And Jerry, can you help? Everybody else. Yeah, and then the rest, please shift the tables back to the side.
Oh, sorry.